Good morning. It's January 28th, 2025. You're at the Stanislaus County Board meeting. It's a little bit after 9 o'clock. We're going to go and say the Pledge of Allegiance. Gavel. There we go. Make it official. After the pledge, we're going to have a moment of silence for Community Service Agency employee Salvador Diaz, and then Pastor Lonnie Skiles will come up for invocation.
Good morning. Thank you for this opportunity. The writer of Proverbs says, "How blessed is the man or the person who finds wisdom and the man who gains understanding. For her profit is better than the profit of silver, and her gain better than fine gold. She is more precious than jewels, and nothing you desire compares with her. Long life is in her right hand, and her left hand are riches and honor. Wisdom's ways are pleasant ways, and all her paths are peace. She's a tree of life to those who take hold of her and apply, and happy are all who hold her fast." And the Lord says, if any of us lack wisdom, to ask. And that's what we're going to do this morning. Gracious Heavenly Father, we're so grateful that you're the Almighty God, the everlasting Father, the Prince of Peace. We're grateful, Lord, that you hold this all in your hands. It is you who have made us, not ourselves. We are the sheep of your pasture. Thank you, Lord, for Mr. Diaz and his service to our community. I pray you bring comfort to his family in their grief and their loss. And Lord, I would pray that you give them your tremendous peace. I thank you for these men who have sacrificed much to represent us here today. I thank you for their families and their businesses, and I pray, Lord, you bless their homes. For the things that they are involved in, may they represent you well and us here today. Lord, you said that if any of us lack wisdom, we come before you humbly admitting, Lord, that we need it. We need your wisdom. We need your discernment. We pray for your peace. We pray, Lord, for united hearts here today. We pray, Lord, that you give to these men wisdom and discernment over this great agenda that's before us. And thank you for the men and women and the families that are represented here today and their interest and the desires of their heart. So, Lord, would you reign and rule? We'll give you all the praise. In Jesus' mighty name, amen. Amen. Lord bless you today.
Thank you, Pastor. We are having some technical difficulties up here on the dais. Some of our microphones are not working, so we're trying to work through that. We'll be passing a mic around as board members want to speak. I think in the mic working, okay, down there. All right, first up, presentation, Employee Service Awards. Christine Hubert will be recognizing employees with 25 and 30 years.
Good morning, Chairman Condon, Board of Supervisor members, Mr. Hayes and Mr. Bose. I'm here this morning to honor our CSA staff that have 25 and 30 years. First, to recognize is Patricia Tout. She started her career with the county on July 6, 1999 as a social worker 4 in child welfare in the Family Reunification Unit with a mixed caseload of family reunification and long-term foster care youth. On June 30th, 2008, Patricia transferred to emergency response and child welfare, and on January 1st, 2012, Patricia promoted to a social worker supervisor in family reunification. In May of 2016, Patricia promoted to a manager 3 in child welfare over family reunification and our legal clerks, and then she promoted to a manager 4 in child welfare over emergency response and our family maintenance programs. In March of 2023, Patricia agreed to work in Sacramento in the state with the California Department of Social Services to assist in the development of a new child welfare services called California Automated Response and Engagement System as a subject matter expert, where she continues to serve and represent Stanislaus County. Patricia has many accomplishments over the years. She was part of a multidisciplinary team that supported the creation of the REACT Center and training program. Once the program was running, Patricia continued to support the program by being one of the instructors for incarcerated women. She developed a program for family reunification and family maintenance that provided trauma-informed training for parents. This program that she created helped parents understand that children's trauma, as well as their own, affects their reunification. And through this program, we saw an increased reunification and lowered recidivism rates in child welfare. She also implemented the Foster Care Bridge program, which is a day care for foster parents and relatives with foster youth placements. This service supports increased relative placements and foster placements in Stanislaus County. This was a collaborative effort with Stanislaus County Office of Education, and Patricia's efforts effective, and the program continues to support foster families to this day. Common themes throughout Patricia's career at CSA include being a hard worker, dedicated to engaging and serving families, improving systems, and developing partnerships. Patricia is a natural educator, fearless in taking on new and difficult challenges, and has a great sense of humor. Patricia participates in many outreach activities throughout her career. She completed multiple trainings with our community partners on child protective services and mandated reporting. These presentations help educate the community on the role of CPS promoting more effective partnerships. Patricia also collaborated with Modesto Junior College, providing adult continued education class on topics of family reunification as well. On April 27, 2018, Patricia participated in a statewide raising of the Children's Memorial Flag and Moment of Silence. Patricia presented information about the event and the statistics of children affected by child abuse and neglect each year. Patricia fielded questions from the community and discussed what the community could do to support efforts that provided child abuse prevention strategies. Congratulations.
Thank you.
Patricia, thank you so much for taking care of our kids and families and making sure that we can reunify them. Working on behalf of families in Stanislaus County, I can't thank you enough, and the board cannot thank you enough for your service of 25 years and dedication. Thank you. Thank you so much. Mike is all yours.
Okay. Well, that could be a mistake. I'm tired just listening to all the stuff that I did. I just want to say that it's been a privilege to work for Stanislaus County for the last now almost 26 years. It provided me with a very good living and a way to provide for myself and my daughter, who's with me here today. And so I'm very grateful for that. I also want to say that while child welfare is an extremely difficult area to work in, there are many heartbreaking challenges. It is also one of the most satisfying jobs, probably the most satisfying job I've ever had. And I will say it's never been boring. So thank you for the opportunity to spend all these years with Stanislaus County. And even though it sounded like I'm kind of wrapping up, I'm not yet. I'm not going anywhere yet. So I hope to be here for at least several more years. Thank you.
Recognizing for 25 years is Errol Behrheim. Errol joined CSA on August 30th, 1999 as a programmer analyst in CSA's IT section. He was reclassified in 2000 as a software developer. He took on a leadership role as a supervisor overseeing software development in 2012 and was reclassified to a software engineer supervisor in 2023. Errol has been invaluable to operations at CSA over his 25 years. He played a key role in fixing computer programs to address the Y2K concerns. He's led the successful migration of CSA systems as well as expanding systems to meet the needs of the department. Errol set up servers and processes that made CSA's internal web application development possible. He created an internal system, which we call Oscar, for our operations and IT sections to accept requests from staff and track their tickets through completion. Errol was a lead designer and developer of our lobby management system and pioneered native iPhone programming for the development of custom in-house apps. Errol is highly approachable and always willing to lend a helping hand. He is passionate about continuous learning and eager to explore new ideas and technologies. He is a hands-on, logical problem solver with a technical doer mindset. Lastly, Errol is known for being very solution-focused. Outside of work, Errol has spent 2 years mentoring students in the Beyer High School's robotics program, which includes accompanying the students to numerous competitions, including 2 trips to the World Championships. He also enjoyed playing guitar since he was a child and is currently exploring songwriting. He enjoys photography and has recently started experimenting with video production. Recently, Errol also has learned to ride an electric unicycle and is enjoying the challenges of mastering it. Congratulations.
Errol, thank you very much for your 25 years of service to Stanislaus County. I'm sure you have seen many changes throughout your career here, especially in the computer age, which some I don't really understand. I can barely navigate through that. And your experience and your passion here in Stanislaus County is appreciated by the entire board. Thank you. You want to speak? Okay. Mike's all yours.
Next, I'd like to celebrate Jacqueline Ben Yaman for 25 years of service. Jacqueline started working for Stanislaus County on September 20th, 1999 as a patient finance counselor for the medically indigent adult program at Health Services Agency. Jacqueline was then reclassified and transferred to the Community Service Agency, where she worked for a child care program for a couple of years and then promoted to a Family Service Specialist 3 in 2007. Jacqueline currently administers CalWorks, CalFresh, Medi-Cal, Refugee Cash Assistance, and the Welfare to Work programs. The biggest achievement that Jacqueline considers in her personal life is that she has raised 2 beautiful, good children. She is now a very proud grandmother of 2 beautiful grandkids. The biggest achievement that Jacqueline considers in her life is being able to work for Stanislaus County over the last 25 years and still very happy and content with her job. Jacqueline is a very happy person, both in her private and work life. She always tries to look at the positive things in life. Jacqueline is a team player, and she loves to help families to be self-sufficient and see people succeed in life. This is one of the reasons she has stayed in her current assignment in the Welfare to Work program. Jacqueline is a proud member of the St. Thomas Assyrian Catholic Church in Turlock. She spends most of her free time volunteering in church activities. Jacqueline feels that she is very blessed since she started her career at the county, working with amazing mentors, supervisors, and managers who helped her overcome her own barriers. Now she is able to mentor new coworkers and also help customers overcome their barriers. Congratulations, Jacqueline.
Jacqueline, thank you for your service to all the families here in Stanislaus County. On behalf of the Stanislaus County Board of Supervisors, we just want to say how proud we are of you and your service.
Thank you.
Oh, yeah. You want to say a few words?
I just want to say it's been an honor working for county. I really grew up here when I came and started. It was like 27 years ago. I worked 2 years as a temporary service agency for county. So all my career, it's been with county, and I'm very proud. I grew up and learned a lot from it. whatever I am here today, and I know it's all because the county's people that I worked with, all the managers, supervisor, co-workers, I've been very, very blessed. Thank you, everybody.
I'd like to congratulate Lori Mendonza on her 30 years of work in Stanislaus County. Lori started working for Stanislaus County on August 1st, 1994, as a member of the first ever eligibility training class at the Hackett office and promoted to several levels of the eligibility classification. In August of 1998, Lori promoted to employment coordinator, where she assisted families with job search services, and then was promoted to our staff development and support unit, where she worked for several years before promoting to her current position as a C4 CalSouth security analyst for our special investigations units, where she's responsible for administering and monitoring their access and security right privileges to our CalSouth database system. Lori has spent her entire 30-year career at the Community Service Agency. Some of her notable achievements include her unique opportunity to participate in the data conversion, piloting, and go live of a C4 automated system, and then later assisting in the migration to the CalSouth systems, which are all databases in California servicing the public assistance programs. She was also the lead implementation manager for our cash EBT in Stanislaus County. Lori is a team player in every sense of the word, as she is always willing to help and provide valuable insight to any questions asked. As a longtime CSA employee, she holds a wealth of knowledge and bridges the gap between information from the past to present day. Lori is thankful for her career she has built at CSA and thankful for the privilege of a flexible schedule that allowed her the rewarding opportunity to volunteer at an elementary school, assisting children with improving their reading levels and basic math skills. Lori is grateful for the love and support she receives from her husband, Brian, and her daughters, Audrey and Kylie. Lori has spent all 30 of her years at CSA because she said that she immediately felt that this was a right place to be because the work we do makes a difference in people's lives and makes a better community. Congratulations, Lori.
Lori, thank you so much for your 30 years and your service to Stanislaus County and the families of Stanislaus County. We can't say thank you enough for your knowledge, skills, and abilities and what you've accomplished here. Thank you very much. Would you like to say a few words?
Good morning. I just want to say that I'm very grateful for being able to work for Stanislaus County and specifically the Community Service Agency. Thank you.
I'd like to recognize Pamela Kinzer with 30 years of service. Pam began her career with Stanislaus County as an eligibility worker 1-2 in August of 1994 in the Adults and Persons with Disability Unit. Throughout her career at Stanislaus County, Pam has held various positions with Workforce Development and the Community Service Agency. Pam promoted from her position as an eligibility worker 2 to an eligibility worker 3 with Workforce Development. For 25 years, Pam has remained steadfastly committed to supporting residents in our community with access to employment services by facilitating job readiness programs, technology training, money management, and motivating individuals to become self-sufficient. During the COVID-19 pandemic, Pam was selected to work at the Emergency Operations Center, where she was responsible to assist in coordinating efforts and supplies to quarantine individuals and families in the county. Pam transferred to the Community Service Agency and has been the Employment and Training Family Service Specialist 3 in the General Assistance Unit. Pam has helped individuals through our CalFresh Employment and Training Program to find employment, overcome barriers, and be self-sufficient, as well as connecting them to services in the community. During her time at Workforce Development, Pam created materials to train individuals on new technology. Pam was also a part of a team focused on continuous improvement for employment services. Like I mentioned, she was also instrumental during the COVID-19 pandemic as she assisted in supporting affected families in our community. Pam cares greatly for her community and customers. She goes above and beyond for the individuals she serves, as she is always willing to help somebody in need. Pam is thoughtful and kind. She often recalls details of her colleagues' lives and is genuinely interested in the well-being of everyone around her. Pam has volunteered at the United Samaritan, ensuring that individuals have a warm meal. Pam has also volunteered for the point in time count. In addition, Pam is very involved in her son's activities, participating in many years of fundraising and being the team mom. Pam is looking forward to retirement and finishing her certification as a veterinarian technician. She hopes to work with large animals during her second career. Congratulations, Pam.
Pamela, thank you so much for your 30 years of expertise in connecting families and looking after them and training that next person coming up. Thank you so much for that. Your knowledge, skills, and abilities, we just say thank you. Would you like to say a few words?
Good morning. I'd like to thank you for the opportunity to work with this county for the last 30 years. It has been an honor. It has helped me raise a productive and healthy family, and I hope that I have brought that to the community that I've worked with also. I've enjoyed working and helping others become self-sufficient and showing them what our community has to offer also. Again, thank you very much. I greatly appreciate it. Thank you.
All right. Thank you to all of our employees that were here today. Fantastic, 25, 30 years. All right, next up is public comment. Public comment is a time for those in attendance to speak on items not already on today's agenda. Please state your name for the record, direct all comments towards the dais, and so if it's fair for every speaker, keep comments to 5-minute time limit. First up is Nancy Robinson. And also need to note that we do have written comment for public comment.
Good morning, Chairman Condon and members of the board. My name is Nancy Robinson. I'm president of the Modesto Garden Club. I'm here this morning to let you know about a special event we're having Friday, March 7th. Friday, March 7th is Arbor Day. That morning at 10 o'clock in Enslin Park in downtown Modesto, we will be having an Arbor Day celebration. Arbor Day is a day to celebrate the planting of trees and is done throughout the United States. Arbor Day commemorates the planting, upkeep, and preservation of trees. It's a day to reflect on the importance of trees across our city, state, and nation. It is said that one tree can remove up to 6.2 tons of carbon dioxide each year and puts 4 tons of oxygen back into the air, enough to meet the annual needs of 18 people. The City of Modesto will be selecting an exact location in Enslin Park for us to plant a valley oak tree. This is a large, deciduous oak tree native to California's interior valleys and known as California's mightiest oak, which is best for shading big outdoor areas. It is critical to the thriving ecosystem. It provides food and shelter to a large number of animals. It is especially valuable to the host plant of hundreds of species of butterflies and moths, whose caterpillars help feed many of our local birds. City Council member Jeremiah Williams will be speaking at the ceremony that day. We look forward to his participation. And if there's anyone from the Board of Supervisors who would like to come and speak, I welcome your presence there. Just let me know and I will add you to the agenda. And we will also be partnering with Modesto Urban Forest Group here in Modesto, and we have a couple of representatives here with me today. This tree will be planted in memory of a previous member of the Modesto Garden Club. And today I'm here as president of the Modesto Garden Club to encourage as many people as possible to attend the Arbor Day celebration to show support for Arbor Day and the importance of native trees being planted here in Modesto. And I extend that invitation to all of our city. I also want to mention that our annual Spring Garden Tour will be held on Saturday, April 12th. It will feature 4 lovely, unique homes in the Modesto Garden Club office, where the attendees may purchase tickets for fabulous opportunity prizes and special refreshments will be served. This is our largest fundraiser for the year, so that we may provide $9,000 in scholarships to students who are studying horticulture, agriculture, and other related fields. Tickets for the tour may be purchased as we get closer to the event at local businesses as well as the Garden Club office and website. We hope to see you at the Arbor Day celebration March 7th. Thank you for your attention this morning.
Thank you, Nancy. Next up is Rhonda Allen.
Good morning. I kind of wanted to follow up with what Nancy said. My name is Rhonda Allen. I'm a Modesto resident. And in the past, I've come to speak to you about mental health and homelessness and other social issues. But today, I wanted to talk about trees for a moment and the importance of trees, especially native trees. As a member of the California Native Plant Society and the Master Gardeners of Stanislaus County, I've had some experience seeing the benefits of planting native plants and native trees. And Nancy said a whole lot of stuff that was very valuable, and I appreciate that. And I commend the Garden Club, because instead of planting an ornamental tree that has pretty foliage, they're planting a tree of substance, a tree that will support wildlife, and a tree that can live possibly for hundreds of years, a tree of magnificence for the valley. I would love to see a tree such as this planted at our new county courthouse, where we would have a symbol of strength and resilience, which our county seat hopefully should resemble. And I also would like to point out to our county leaders here that we have a lot of really important projects coming up in our county, big developments, thousands of acres out on the Stanislaus River. There's the Riverbank project and the big one in Salida, bordering the banks of the Stanislaus River, where we have little left of our natural habitat in this county, and it needs to be protected. But also, as we work with developers to put in new infrastructure such as warehouses and expressways and houses, that we put into the plans planting native trees, because those areas that line the river can be an extension of the habitat. There is so little habitat left in our county. So it's an opportunity to plant trees that are close to the river in those new areas that can extend and provide corridors for wildlife, which is very important. You know, the birds and the insects can't speak for themselves. It takes people like the Modesto Garden Club and myself to do that, so that we don't forget them in all of our, work that we're doing in the county. We need to ask our developers to put in a percentage of native trees, because it is the native trees that provide the food that our local wildlife need and the shelter that they need, and they also do a lot for people. But a lot of the ornamental plants that we plant, typically as street trees that are pretty, don't often provide the food that our native insects need. And I could give you many examples of this, but I will not share that at the moment. But I just want to keep that in your mind, that as you work with people who have the opportunity to plant, that they plant things that will help our environment. Our ecosystems have deteriorated with all of the development we've had, and the wildlife need a place to go. They need homes. And the river area is a perfect area for a California sycamore tree, or one of our native oak trees would be 2 great trees to have out in those developments. Thank you, and thank you for supporting Arbor Day, and I thank and commend the Garden Club for their work to provide a native tree in the middle of Modesto, where we greatly need one. Thank you.
Thank you, Rhonda. Next up is Brian Evett.
Good morning, everybody. Brian Evett, 3024 Dakota. Anyway, Wood Colony. Well, I'm here because last week I was in here and we were talking about the Sheriff's Department, and I requested to speak at that time, which I had the right to speak on that, and I wasn't given that chance. So today I'm going to speak on that. Our sheriff's department, they've turned around and they submitted PO 8 to you guys, right? Anyway, when they did that, they're supposed to have health and safety, which is in the jails. I noticed that in the jails, we're supposed to have a health and safety officer that's supposed to turn around and find out communicable diseases. They're supposed to question these contagious diseases when they admit a person into the jail. We don't seem to have that officer sitting there. Second of all is the budget that they keep on wanting more and more, and they're not abiding. They have a rating of a D minus. This is our problem, a D minus nationwide. We're considered the worst. We need to fix this. This is a problem. We should be at least a B or a C, but a D minus. Now we've got to make some kind of changes here, and especially when we got the public. We got 50% of our people that are sitting in our jail that aren't convicted yet. It's just costing us money. The sheriff turned around and said the last week, I'm not going to support this sanctuary. We're a sanctuary state, and I'm not going to support it. We're going to keep these illegal immigrants in there. So we're all going to keep on paying instead of them turning over the federal government. Like I told you, this state needs to change. Now we have Trump in here, and it's going to have to turn a little red. And that's what I'm hoping on, that we turn around and we change our minds and we start structuring this properly. That these turn around, and this is going to change here with the sheriff's department. That we're going to build a better sheriff's department. We're going to take consideration to our citizens out here, that if they are brought into it, because I've been arrested, my house was just robbed last week. I'm trying to open a podcast so the community has a voice. They can come down to the podcast bar and express their opinions. But the next week, my place is broken into and tore up. What they stole was memorabilia for the kids. But the same thing, I got arrested just a year ago because I wanted to arrest a burglar. The burglar says he wants to kill me. So they come and arrest me, and I never said that to the man. But the cop doesn't ask me what I said. So where are the facts? Sheriff, you think about what it says. Secure health, ensure rights in fact-finding. That's their job. It's printed on the back of their shirt. We need to listen, and we need to see that we can change this. And we need to worry about all these people out here. So it starts over here with the protection of our rights. So before you pass that bill, PO 8, you should start looking at it. What are they doing? What are they leaving out on that? And that's coming up right now. And obviously, they're leaving out the health and safety, which that's what they're supposed to do, is protect us from that. And it's the same way with fraud and health and safety. It's the same thing that's in our hospitals where the fraud comes in. Or there's millions and millions and millions of dollars just being wasted because nobody protects that or us from that fraud. We have to start. And I hope that we turn around and try to change these things, and let's build that grade up. Nationwide, we should not be a D minus. We shouldn't be a D minus at all. And our jails shouldn't be full of people that shouldn't be there. If they're illegals, give them to the federal government to take care of. That's what we need to do. We don't need to support that. We need to change. We're not a sanctuary state. They even state in their own thing, America, we work for America. That doesn't say we work for California. America. That's all I really got to say. Or we can make the changes. Let's start in our own county. We don't have to abide by the other counties. We don't have to reflect to other counties this. And we don't have to sit here and just constantly think we're going to make the money off of this marijuana, which is controlled by them and the DA's office. Get rid of that. We don't need that growth and cultivation stuff happening out there. Make it for free. We won't have to worry about the cartel. They won't want to be here. That's what we should do. But instead, as long as we keep on trying to monopolize it, we become the cartel. So shall we run ourselves out? Think about it, and stop that cultivation. That's not what we're here. We're to develop. Think of when Han came into this town the first time, to develop, to bring the community together. He tried to build, he put the efforts out there. So let's put some effort too, okay, you guys? That's all. Thanks.
Thank you, Brian. Next up, Brandon Kirkbride.
Good morning, Board. Rana Kirkbride, representing the Stanislaus Sworn Deputies Association. First of all, I'd like to start off with, I don't think I'm a D-, maybe an A-. I'd like to call this probably a bi-weekly. That's kind of what it's turning into, update. I have good news. We went from 186 to 187, so now we only have 22 vacancies. Prior to the meeting, I provided you with the chart. I'll apologize for its grainy look, but it tells you our average membership rolls from 2009 till current. You can take a look at it at your leisure. From 2016 to 2018, you can see we averaged in the 160s. From 2019 to 2021, we averaged in the 170s. The last 4 years, we've averaged in the 180s. So I'd like to see that improve. For the last 4 years, we've been in the 180s. We're allotted 209. And I'll see you again next meeting. I know you're probably getting tired of seeing me, but I'm going to keep coming until I can say we're at 190, 195, 198, 200. Thank you. Have a good day.
Brandon, we don't have what you handed him.
Mr. Hayes does.
Okay.
The cell service in here is not that great.
All right.
So he'll be able to share it to you if you don't have it.
All right.
Thanks.
Thank you, Brandon. Next up, Sandy Marino.
Hello, good morning. My name is Sandy Moreno. I'm a regional manager with United Domestic Workers. We represent here in Stanislaus County a little bit over 6,000 home care providers. They are the ones who take care of the most vulnerable in our communities, the elderly, children with disabilities, and people with disabilities. So I'm here because I wanted to not only introduce myself, but also talk to you about some of the things that need major, are concerning right now as we are in current negotiations with the county. And so one of the main priorities for us, for our providers, our union members with United Domestic Workers, are wages and benefits, right? Right now, some of our providers are one of the lowest paid, even though they do the work of 2-3 people taking care of somebody at home, sometimes not even leaving their home because they have to take care of someone. There's a lot of members here today that are here, but they're thinking about their client. They're thinking about them, they're at home. So it's very hard work. The reason that I'm here today is because I have 2 caregivers taking care of my grandmother who had a stroke, and they're in the IHSS program. So it's very important to me and to represent all these members here in Stanislaus County because we want to raise industry standards. We want to make sure that we're at the top, not at the bottom or in the middle. And one of the arguments that I've heard during negotiations is that we want to stay in the middle. We want to stay in the average, right? In comparable counties, why don't we strive to be at the top, or at least at the top 10%? We want to stay at the 26th level out of the 58 counties in the state. I don't think that's fair for our providers who are doing all this work. So I do encourage you to think about this, right? Does Stanislaus County want to be at the top or just do the bare minimum? So another thing that I really wanted to raise attention to is our benefits for home care providers. Currently, they do get dental and vision, so thank you, right? Because we negotiated in our last contract dental and vision benefits for our providers. However, there's a few issues. So let's all remind ourselves that having a union is having our workers really have a voice and tell us what needs to happen, right? And listening to those workers and making sure that we're making those changes. One of the main issues right now with benefits is that we currently have a waiting list of 331 providers in Stanislaus County whose average waiting time is 3 months, and that is because of the current language in the contract. Right now, there is a possibility for us to come to a resolution and fix that, because we have been talking to these 331 providers here in Stanislaus County, and the way that it's impacting their lives it's difficult to hear their stories. It's difficult to hear the mother that's taking care of somebody and cannot get dental care because she is still on the waiting list. That is something that we can fix right now, and we have that opportunity here today. Not only that, I wanted to just remind you that those 331 people that are on the waiting list are people. They're not just numbers. And the things that we do today, they will be impacting our workers. And let's think about keeping our home care providers healthy so that they can take care of their clients who need them the most. I know that doing collective bargaining also means having a serious intent to come to a resolution. So I do encourage all of you and encourage you to think about the providers. Investing in the work that they do is so crucial because the dollars won't go elsewhere. They will stay in Stanislaus County. And right now we have a care crisis. And this care crisis, people are getting older. I never thought I was going to be a caregiver at some point in my life. I never, so many of us haven't had that conversation, or we don't have a plan, or we think it's not going to happen to us, but it might happen to us. So everyone eventually will need a caregiver or will become a caregiver. So I'm here today to speak on behalf of all of these home care providers here in Stanislaus County who couldn't be here for one reason or the other, but just putting it out there so that we can think about this and come to a resolution and make sure that we are striving for taking care of the workforce that we rely on. We are essential workers. Thank you.
Thank you, Sandy. Next up is Andrea Zuniga.
Good morning, Chairman, members of the board, members of the community. For those who don't know me, my name is Astrid Zuniga. I am the statewide president for United Domestic Workers, and most importantly, I'm an IHSS provider for my son, Manny, who has autism, intellectual disabilities, and epilepsy. And this isn't just a job for us. This is our life. Many of us didn't ask for this. As Sandy said, we will either become a provider or need a provider. And the work that we do, we are really proud of. And it's not getting any easier. It's getting harder and harder. For instance, for myself, this past year, I was diagnosed with cancer. And I battled cancer. And still, as I was thrown up and sick and could barely move, I had to get up and care for my son. Because I couldn't afford to bring in anybody with the wages that I get, nor could I afford to pay anybody the wages that are offered here. It's not an easy job, and many of our providers work really hard through all of their health issues. The dental and vision, right, as Sandy alluded to, is important because we need to make sure that our providers are healthy enough to continue to care for our community's most vulnerable and keep them healthy enough. You know, the county says workforce development and sustainability are priorities, but the wage increase that is being offered does not reflect that. Caregivers like us, we do essential work for our families and our communities, but the offer makes it clear that the county doesn't value the work that we do. There are nearly almost 7,000 providers, as Sandy was saying, in this county. Then you add to that the client. That's about somewhere between 12 and 14,000 people that are truly impacted in Stanislaus County by this program, whether it be in wages and benefits or the care that they receive. And I can guarantee you that if the clients could talk and could be here, they would tell you how much their provider provides life for them life-saving care for them. It is one of the most demanding jobs. It's also one of the second most demanded in the state of California, but yet the lowest paid. And the low wages are driving people out of this work. Without caregivers, the whole system will fall apart. The county needs to invest in us now to keep things running and keep our communities most vulnerable out of costly institutions. This is about valuing the work that we do, the sacrifices we make for those that we care for and for our community. So I hope that you all think about those things as we go to the table and truly respect the work and the workers at the end of the day. Thank you.
Thank you, Esther. Next up is Nicole Kraus.
Good morning. My name's Nicole Kraus, and I am a home care provider with IHSS as well. And I care for 2 people in the community that don't have family members close by. And one of them is a Vietnam vet, and one is like a retired nurse who has lost her leg due to diabetes. And I have a caregiver's heart, and so it's easy for me to want to help these people. However, life is also something you have to pay rent, and you have to have gas, and you have to have insurance. And there's such some basic things that one has to have to operate in this world. And so fair wages just aren't for us. They're what keeps the whole system going. And when caregivers are underpaid, we burn out and stress over money, and sometimes have to leave the work altogether. That leaves families without the help they need and makes everything worse. I live here, I shop here, and I spend my money right here in town. So investing in caregivers is investing in the community. It means we can keep showing up and doing our jobs for the people who depend upon us. And the wage increase we're asking for, it's not a lot. It's just what's necessary. Thanks, you guys.
Thank you, Nicole. Next up is Ronald Owens, Jr.
Good morning. On April 14th, 2022, Department of Health and Human Services Secretary Javier Becerra said this regarding the COVID-19 vaccines, quote, "We know these vaccines are killing people of color, Black, Latino, Indigenous people at about 2 times the rate of white Americans." My name is Ronald F. Owens, Jr. I was a public information officer at the California Department of Public Health. I raised this issue with my management on 3 occasions between April of 2022 and September of 2023. Unfortunately, they made this about the messenger. They made it about me, not about you, not about the people sitting behind me, not about the people who may be watching now or watching on replay, and not about the 40 million other Californians. Look, I love all humanity. I don't care what color you are, but here are the optics. I'm this Black guy telling my 2 white superiors at the California Department of Public Health that we know these vaccines are killing people of color, and what did they do? They disciplined the Black guy. They muzzled me, but I would not want to muzzle myself. So I retired on December 31st, 2023. I prematurely retired, immediately incurred a 55% pay cut because this information needed to be shared with Californians. Last July, I sent an email and a 5-page PDF to this board of supervisors and the 57 other boards of supervisors, a total of 291 of your colleagues, 296, including you guys. I indicated in that 5-page PDF everything that I've explained to you right now, who I am, what I tried to do, who I warned, and how they made it about the messenger, not the message, indicating that the COVID-19 vaccines are killing people. I've cited Japan, from Italy, Germany, Japan. I've indicated that states are beginning to awaken that these vaccines are very harmful. Last month, I sent another email to 58 county board supervisors, including this body, indicated that if all of the board of supervisors had listened to me back in July, more than 440 people would not have filed vaccine adverse event reporting system. 440 people are suffering since last July. And unfortunately, one man and one woman has died. We don't know what county that they're in. Health and Safety Code 101025 indicates it's your statutory duty to preserve and protect the public health. I urge this Board of Supervisors to stop promoting, stop administering, and stop distributing the COVID-19 vaccine because they are killing people. I will follow up my comments right now by sending you a follow-up email. Thank you very much for your time.
Thank you. Next up is Matthew Orr.
Good morning, Board. Matthew Orr. It's my second time coming before you guys. I'm a member of the Stanislaus Sworn Deputies Association. I've also been a member, Stanislaus County Sheriff's Deputy for almost 10 years now. Obviously, this is a trying time for the men and women of the Sheriff's Office. I work with some of the greatest and hardest working men and women. They're in the crowd right here with you guys, or with me today, standing in support as to why we are here. We cannot afford to continue working at this organization. We're going to have members leaving. They're going to go to the Tracy Police Department, the Livermore Police Department. I mean, some of them might even go to, I think it's Fremont, that's offering a $100,000 signing bonus just to go there. I'm not asking for a crazy signing bonus or anything along those lines. We're asking merely for reasonable wages to be able to afford to live here. I do not live in this county, but I serve this county. I grew up in this county. This is the county I wanted to work for. Could have been a third-generation San Joaquin County Sheriff's Deputy like my father, my grandfather, but no, I chose here. And quite frankly, the way negotiations have gone, it's a slap in the face. I have been embarrassed to work for the Stanislaus County Sheriff's Office for the first time based on how this has gone. I know that my brothers and sisters feel the same way, and I hope that you guys can open your eyes and see that. I'm not here to attack anyone personally, but there needs to be a change. And I know that my brothers and sisters with the Sheriff's Office feel the same way. You guys have invested thousands and thousands of dollars in myself and training, along with many other members that could easily go somewhere else, and these other cities and Sheriff's Office would be chomping at the bit to hire a member of the Sheriff's Office from Stanislaus County. I will leave you guys with that, and hopefully that gives you something to think about when these members start leaving. Thank you.
Thank you, Matt. Next up is Gloria Gonzalez.
So, good morning. My name is Brenda Gonzalez. I am speaking on behalf of my mom, Gloria Gonzalez. So, my mom owns her mobile home in the park, Lazy Wheels Mobile Home Park in Ceres. So, we had moved there since 2018, and ever since then, there has always been issues with the park. Fast forward to 2021, the state began to become involved, which caused the park to be inspected. And like I mentioned, there is a lot of abnormalities, which the owner never fixed, causing for his permit to become revoked. In 2024, so last year, January, he had no authorization to collect rent anymore, but he would still send it out, and we would always pay it. We have always paid our rents, as well as the state also inspected our unit, which also we had abnormalities, which we fixed. So in April as well of 2024, he stopped sending out the rents, and he began sending out eviction notice to the neighbors that didn't fix the abnormalities. We have never received a proper eviction notice from him. The only thing that my mom has received was a call from the secretary stating that she had to leave, and if she did so, that her credit wouldn't be ruined. So in September of 2024, so last year, the electricity was shut off of the whole park. To this day, it has not been restored. Can you imagine being in a house of 100 degrees, which was better being outside and inside? So of course, that's not a livable situation. So we moved temporarily. And just 3 days ago, he delivered a notice of belief of abandonment, stating that we had 14 days to respond or else legal action would be taken against us. Like I mentioned, we have never received an eviction notice from him. So we are just looking for some sort of help slash advice on our rights in this situation. And yeah, thank you for your time.
Thank you, Gloria. Yeah, go ahead, Terry.
I'm just wondering who we can have
I was
speak with
having
her.
that same conversation.
Back. Okay, we'll catch in the back. We've got a couple people in the back. I think Tina can maybe meet you in the back and talk about your situation and see what we can do. Okay, thank you.
Are you talking about the mayor of cities or?
That's all the cards I have for public comment. Any other individual would like?
Yeah,
Come on up.
I have one, sir.
You have it for a specific item on consent. Did you
yeah,
also
okay,
want?
Thank you, sir.
Yeah.
I forgot that. Thank you, sir.
Go ahead.
Hello, Board of Supervisors. Good morning. My name is Chantel Turner. I am a IHSS in-home care provider. I've been one for 14 months, but I've actually been taking care of Mr. Grays, Willie Grays, right here since he lost his leg in 2020 during the pandemic. And I do enjoy my work taking care of him. I'm trying to help with dental and vision benefits, as you can see, with the waiting list being so long, with 331 caregivers on the waiting list for those benefits. That's 331 people who are dedicated their lives to taking care of others while their own health goes unignored, because sometimes I make sure his schedule of his appointments, I make my appointments around his appointments. Sometimes I end up missing my doctor's appointments to make sure he makes his doctor's appointments. And then it takes maybe 3 months before I can even get in to see my regular doctor. But as of caregivers, my job is to give my client the best care possible, but without benefits, I'm consistently worrying about my own health, because if I'm not healthy enough to take care of him, who's going to take care of him? I'm the only one that he trusts to take care of him, because he's a family member, he's a friend of the family, and he doesn't trust anybody to take care of him. The small increase that we had got at the beginning of the year for cost the cost of living. It's not really much. It does help a little bit with a bill or two, for the simple fact I ended up being a roommate for him so that we can make sure the money stays inside the home so that we can be able to survive, because it's kind of hard out there. We, you know, with the economy being the way it is, and give caregiver support. It's not a big ask, but it would make a big difference, that not just for us, but for the people we care about. Please, if you guys can make it a priority for us to get a little bit more raise. McDonald's make more than we do, and we do a lot. Thank you.
Thank you, Chantal. You've already.
May I say something on behalf of IHSS?
You've already had your time, Brian. Next up. Anybody else like to speak, public comment?
It's evaluation, not being.
Okay, I'm going to close public comment and move to the consent calendar. We have one item from Supervisor Chance Condit, pulling B5. And Mr. Donoso, you wanted to speak on a particular item on consent. 6B7?
Yes.
You want to make that comment?
Yeah, right now?
Yes.
Oh, okay, sir, thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. My name is Miguel Donoso, Mr. Chairman. I work with the La Raza committee in the county. And we have the issue of the 6B7. And you want to approve the budget for the round of 5 this time. And the issue, Mr. Chairman, is that we have a complaint because of the housing element supposed to be approved before you have for the round 6, you're supposed to, the certification of the governor say that you have to receive certification of the housing element first before you receive numbers, the round 6. And the problem is it's not being properly being spent, especially for the minorities, and not being accounted. The Hispanics and blacks and Asian is not being accounted properly to receive the funding. And according to the shelter, temporary housing, special permanent houses, worse. We don't have the majority of the residents are white people, of course, and it's very confusing how the money is being spent and not equity spent. So the housing element has to be approved certification before you receive the fund of the round 6. And you have the letter that say that in the last part, 2 parts of I already marked it to you guys. And then another issue is what is the need of the community, especially in Patterson, Noemi House, where Mr. Candy represents, and not being receiving enough funds to survive. And already know that group requests the academic request fund for Mr. Candy to be part of the proposal that we are asking right now. So if the access receive over $2 million, really, how is the purpose of access when you say the access is supposed to evaluate for the homeless and people that need houses, when we don't have houses in the county? The shortage housing is so big that even for the shelters, it cannot be providers. So the access really is overwhelming pay for the people to say nothing to the community, really. Because you go over there and be evaluated to see you need a housing or homeless. But how you going to be evaluate the people? There's no housing to these people, even temporary or permanent. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Donoso. Any other members of the public like to speak on any item on consent? Seeing none, I'll bring it back to the board. Chance on 6B5.
Sure. Thank you, Mr. Chair. Kind of. I just had some questions regarding the EEO. I was hoping to get some clarification from either Mr. Hayes or Mr. Bose. So can you kind of elaborate on what the EEO does? Just kind of give us a little synopsis, please.
I'll try my best. Can you hear me okay? All right. So we do appoint a department head and an employee representative and a local attorney to a panel that considers disciplinary appeals from employees. So when employees are disciplined, classified employees that have rights to appeal, they have an opportunity in many cases to either use an arbitrator or to use this appeals board to hear out their discipline case. So that's what this committee is. In addition to that, when employees file EEO complaints against the county, they are investigated and then they're informed of the findings. If they wish to appeal those findings, ultimately they may be able to go to this board as well to consider their appeals. I'm looking at our HR team to see if I got anything wrong, and it appears that's the basic synopsis.
And I guess, and if Ryan, if you want to come down, I know you on this. If you want this clarification, I want to put Mr. Hayes completely on the spot. So how are the applicants nominated or selected, I guess, with this process?
Okay, so for, thank you very much for the opportunity to speak to the supervisor. So for our union representatives, those are drawn at random. That's been a process that we've worked out with our labor unions in the past, and so that's just we randomly draw names out of the hat, and then we ask them to confirm that they're willing to serve in that capacity, and when they are, we indeed move forward with them in the nomination process for your board to consider. For the department heads, we try to rotate individuals through that process, so it's not, because it doesn't become a burden for any of those department heads to sit in that capacity. So we generally try to have them make their way through being an alternative to then be the primary over time.
So everyone else is drawn at random except the department head? You rotate that.
So just the labor unit individuals are drawn at random. The chair, David Walker, has served in that capacity for many years. I can't speak to the exact number of years, but at least for the past 5 years, if I'm remembering correctly. So just the labor units are drawn at random, sir.
Okay. And so is there a standard criteria in order to be selected to serve on the EEO?
Any of our department heads.
Okay, but I mean, I guess, is there, bylaws to this EEO? Is there ethics guidelines, whatever it might be? I guess, is there a code of conduct for the EEO?
So we do have overarching rules related to our totality of the EEO process. In terms of code of conduct, I'm not familiar with an immediate code of conduct off the top of my head. I'd have to go look that up for you, sir. I'd be happy to give you that information.
I appreciate that. And so if there's a claim submitted from a direct department and one of the department heads is on EEO, would that department be able to recuse themselves, or how does that work? Do you think there would be a conflict of interest?
Great question, sir. So one of the reasons that we have the multiple alternatives is that should an individual be coming up, having a grievance or a claim coming up through that channel, if there was ever a conflict of interest, we would absolutely be utilizing an alternative.
Okay. Well, I really appreciate, Ryan, the clarification. Just due to past interactions with Mr. Koslevy, I don't believe that he's capable of being impartial in his decision-making process and allows his personal feelings and emotions to influence some of his conduct and train of thought. Therefore, I don't believe he would be fit to serve in this capacity. I would ask that he would withdraw his consideration and an alternate is selected for the department head. So, thank you, Ryan.
Thank you, sir.
Chance, do you want us to take this item separately then? And okay. So I'll bring it back to the board and need a motion to, for consent, except for item 6B5.
Second.
I have a first and a second. All in favor, say aye. Aye. Okay, bring it back to 6B5. I have a first and a second. All in favor, say aye. Aye. Okay. Next up is public hearings. Public hearing to consider revising the load carrying capacity of the Tully Road Bridge over the Modesto Irrigation District main canal per section 35751 of the California Vehicle Code, Public Works. Mr. David Lehman.
Morning, Board. CO Hayes, County Council Bose, good morning. We're here to discuss and hold a public hearing for load rating revisions for the Tully Road Bridge over the Modesto Irrigation District main canal. Supervisor Key is we did post this on social media, so we heard you loud and clear last time we did one of these. And I'll turn it over to Sam Schrun. He's Deputy Director in charge of engineering services.
All right. Good morning, members of the board. I'm here today to present on the public hearing for the Tully Road Bridge over MID Main Canal. Caltrans did their biannual bridge inspection, which was performed in October of 2024, and found new deterioration on the bridge. As such, new load calculations were performed, and a reduction in load carrying capacity was found out. California Vehicle Code Section 35751 requires the Board of Supervisors to hold a public hearing to establish new weight limitations for county-owned bridges. Widespread concrete spalls and exposed bottom reinforcement were found as additional damages to the bridge. Section loss of approximately 15% of the concrete T-beams. Public Works staff is currently identifying local funds to replace this bridge expeditiously. We'll also look at other means to replace this bridge. State and federal funds will also be explored. As of prior to the findings, there were no current weight restrictions on the bridge, but with the new structural calculations and reduced capacity, the new load restrictions is 21 tons per vehicle, 33 tons per semi-trailer combination, 40 tons per truck and full trailer, and no permits loads are allowed. So the bridge is located on Tully Road, just north of Kernan Avenue, and between Carver Road and McHenry Avenue. This is a view looking north and south on Tully Road over the MID Canal. And these pictures here shows the deterioration that I spoke of earlier. As you can see, the reinforcement is showing on the T girder beams, along with the aggregate in the concrete. It's also showing also.
Please notice the size of the aggregate. Some of those are pretty big stones. This is a bridge built back in the day when it was 3 scoops of rock, who knows where it came from, 2 scoops of sand, 1 scoop of cement, and a mix. And so not a modern concrete design here, and that's why it's not holding up right now.
Not to mention the bridge is over 100 years old. So now to the staff recommendations. Find that the notice of public hearing was published in compliance with Section 6066 of the Government Code. Number 2, conduct a public hearing to receive comments regarding the revision of the load carrying capacity of the Tully Road Bridge over the MID main canal. accept the revised bridge load rating from the Caltrans Division of Structured Maintenance and Investigations for the Tully Road Bridge over the MID Main Canal. With that, we're open for questions.
Any questions from the board? All right, I'm going to open public comment or the public hearing. I haven't seen any written comments. I'm going to open public comment. Does anyone in the audience wish to provide comment on this item? Seeing none, I'm going to bring it back to close the public hearing and have a motion.
It's obvious.
Wait for Vito.
Got speakers in the bathroom. Vito will wait for you.
I'm waiting for one.
Motion to approve.
First. I had a first and a second. All in favor say aye. Aye.
Thank you.
Motion passes.
Thank you very much.
Okay. Moving on to item 8, discussion item, accept sheriff plan to outline anticipated impacts of the sheriff's proposed alternative dispatch system and other related actions.
All right, good
Sheriff.
morning, Mr. Chairman, members of the board. Do we want to wait, or just want me to jump into it?
If you want to pause.
I can go on with a bit of a preamble here. I'm sure that Supervisor Graywall can apparently hear it in the bathroom. It was unknown to me. Obviously, this presentation is a result of a board meeting that we had, I believe it was on December 10th, that was asking the Sheriff's Office to come back with a plan to transition our dispatch services to the city of Ceres. And I would just I want to be upfront. This is going to be a fairly lengthy presentation. We're probably going to be in around the hour mark, just as forewarning. Because there is so much that we need to go over as we go through this. But why the move? And I'm going to just talk about some very brief points before I turn it over to Captain Hughes, who's going to delve into our history. But a lot of this was precipitated by the city of Modesto when they gave us a letter stating their intent to pull out of the JPA back in October of 2021. And we had previously been looking at different RMS and JMS programs to replace our current CGIS. Obviously, with that, it also kind of triggered the need for potentially a new CAD system as well. And subsequently, we were engaged by what is Oracle. It was unknown to us at the time who it was, but they were looking for a development partner to develop an entirely new product. After a series of meetings where we liked their vision, they liked our vision, we ended up with the Oracle development agreement that the board approved in the final version in May of 2023. Subsequent to that, the CDAC, the commission that governs SR 911, went in a different direction and picked a different CAD. And we can cover some of the details of that process, but ultimately that creates a scenario where we need a new home because we cannot accomplish our Oracle development agreement that the board has already approved under a center that does not want to do that. And so we need a new home. That led us to conversations with the city of Ceres, specifically starting with Chief Perry, as to whether or not they would be willing to partner with us in this endeavor. Those conversations have proceeded along very well, and we are now here at the point today. And so we are looking forward to this opportunity to really move forward and change how we do business. In the last several years in the law enforcement profession, the last 5, 6, 7 years, we've really seen across our country an expectation of different outcomes, specifically in critical incidents, and that different outcomes require different tactics, which also require different information, and that ability to get information to deputies out on the ground is absolutely critical in that real-time environment, and that is part of what Oracle will accomplish for us. And we're going to get to all of the details of that. But I want to say I'm going to turn it over here to Captain Tori Hughes momentarily. Tori is going to kind of cover the big picture history of where we've been in the last couple of decades. You're going to hear from Lieutenant Brock Condit, Serena Otero, one of our records manager, and Captain Frank Martinez. They're going to cover CAD and RMS and JMS. CAD is computer-aided dispatch. RMS is a records management system. JMS is the jail management system. They're going to talk about all of those and how they need to integrate. You'll ultimately hear from Oracle itself, and then you'll have the pleasure of my company back up here to get onto the series plan as proposed. So with that, I will turn it over to Captain Hughes, and Tori, take it away.
Captain Hughes, if you could just pause for a minute. I just
No
want to
problem.
let my board members know and the public. You mentioned my brother, Lieutenant Brock Condit, is probably going to be part of the presentation. And I just want to let everybody know that it won't prevent me from being impartial in this agenda item.
Thank you. Good morning, Chairman, members of the board. My name is Tori Hughes, and I'm the Captain of Patrol Operations with the Sheriff's Office. I've been with the Sheriff's Office for 25 years. I want to first start by acknowledging that dispatchers serve as the lifeline between the public and law enforcement officers. This presentation has nothing to do with the dispatchers personally or their work performance, but how SR 911's governance structure has failed to deliver effective and efficient dispatch services. I want to personally thank the dispatchers for the work that they do every day in keeping our officers and the community safe. How did we get here? In theory, the SR 911 Joint Powers Agreement for dispatch services started between Stanislaus County and the city of Modesto in 1999 and should have been the perfect solution to improve coordination, share resources, and increase response times across multiple jurisdictions. But as we all know, the road to collaboration isn't always smooth. Today, I will explore the history of the failed JPA for law enforcement dispatch services, what went wrong, the key challenges that led to its unraveling, and how this experience can guide future efforts for the Sheriff's Office to contract dispatch services with the City of Ceres. In the current JPA agreement, the dispatchers are non-criminal justice law enforcement employees. This means they are county employees, giving them limited access to California law enforcement telecommunications systems data, known as CLETS. This computer network gives law enforcement departments access to national databases maintained by the FBI and the California Department of Motor Vehicles, among others. This restriction is intended to protect privacy and ensure compliance with regulations, but it significantly impedes the effectiveness of law enforcement dispatch services at SR 911. When officers respond to calls without having all of the available information, it creates significant risk to their safety. Limited access to CLETS data increases the chance that officers won't be fully prepared for what they might encounter, compromising their safety and the safety of the public. By addressing this issue and enabling law enforcement dispatchers to access critical data, we can improve response times, coordination, and ultimately the safety of both officers and the public. For example, our current dispatchers do not have access to our records management system to obtain critical information from prior reports. They cannot look up an address to see if someone is on probation or parole. They also don't have the ability to see or send statewide teletype messages for missing persons, be on the lookout information, or other critical officer safety information. They cannot look up driver's license photos to confirm suspects officers are out with, and they cannot confirm the registration status of sex offenders. They must call our records department to confirm all this information along with out-of-county warrants. This leaves officers waiting several minutes with potentially violent suspects or not knowing someone at an address is potentially violent. Time and information are critical for officer safety and public safety. With the Oracle system and contracting with Ceres Police Department, this vital information will be available immediately to law enforcement dispatchers on one single platform. One of the most fundamental issues in the JPA is the absence of participant signature page. Without clear documentation of who is officially part of the agreement, there's no accountability or formal recognition of the parties involved. This lack of clarity means that agencies are not held to the terms of the JPA, creating confusion about who is bound by its provisions. The absence of a formalized agreements between participating agency undermines the legitimacy of the JPA. A signature page is the basic contract that indicates commitment from all parties. The JPA also fails to outline specific roles or responsibilities for its policy board, advisory boards, or committees. Without these guidelines, there is no clear leadership structure or decision-making authority and leads to confusion over who has the power to make critical decisions, causing delays, disputes, and miscommunication. Another major oversight is the absence of a service-level agreements. These agreements are essential for setting clear expectations about the quality and timeliness of services. There is no benchmark to assess whether dispatch services are meeting the needs of the agencies involved, leaving performance issues unresolved and disputed. This also puts the dispatchers in a tough position of not understanding what is expected from the various agencies. A dedicated technology committee was lost from the JPA. Dispatch services are heavily reliant on technology, whether it's radio systems, software, or data sharing platforms. Without a specialized committee to oversee these technologies, agencies struggle to integrate their systems, leading to technical failures or glitches, incompatible software, delays in service delivery, and ultimately leading us to where we are today with a computer-aided dispatch selection. The selection of a CAD did not go through the proper request for proposal, does not meet the needs of the Sheriff's Office, and may not integrate with our current records management system or future RMS. The current CAD purchased in 2012 was supposed to communicate CAD to CAD, and the issue was never resolved. We still do not have confirmation Central Square can communicate CAD to CAD, and Central Square was purchased by the City of Modesto and not the JPA. The absence of well-defined roles for security and oversight within the JPA also means that no one is directly accountable for safeguarding CLET's data. Different agencies have varying levels of responsibility and control over the data, and without clear lines of authority, the necessary checks and balances to protect this sensitive information simply aren't in place. Unauthorized access to criminal records, vehicle information, and warrants not only jeopardizes ongoing investigation, but poses a direct threat to officer safety. Worse yet, it undermines public trust in the ability of agencies to protect sensitive data. This is how critical it is to establish strong, clear protocols and oversight when multiple agencies are involved in shared services like dispatch and data access. The JPA failed to include clear withdrawal guidelines. Without a formal process for agencies to exit the agreement, it left the agreement open to unexpected disruptions, where agencies could pull out, leaving the remaining participants in limbo. This first happened in 2015 when the City of Newman left the JPA, and the CEO acknowledged there was no contracts in place. Then in October of 2021, the City of Modesto submitted a letter with their intention to pull out of the JPA, but continued to extend their participation 1 year at a time with no long-term commitment or reason for now wanting to stay. This led the sheriff to take decisive action to prevent delays in looking for a CAD, RMS, JMS solution based on the current failing CAD and a DeltaWorks RMS JMS consulting report recommendation of a fully integrated system. The county entered into a design and development agreement with Oracle to create a single platform solution for CAD, RMS, and JMS that included all the participating agencies at SR 911, except Modesto Police Department because they intended to pull out of the JPA. The Oracle partnership comes with a significant cost savings and revolutionizes law enforcement technology. One of the most significant issues in the JPA is the absence of clear and reasonable cost-sharing formula. The original agreement did not define how the cost for dispatch services would be divided among participating agencies. This lack of financial transparency has led to disputes over funding, with some agencies feeling they are paying more than their fair share, while others contributed less than expected. There were 2 studies of the JPA conducted by Matrix Consulting Firm in 2015 and 2020, totaling approximately $100,000, that clearly outlined what the cost-sharing formula should be, but the CEO and the city manager came up with their own cost-sharing formula, again leaving agencies feeling like they are paying more than their fair share. The Matrix studies cost JPA partners $100,000 and were never presented to the commission or the board, and none of the recommendations have been considered or discussed to this day. Finally, the JPA didn't establish clear guidelines on how records and confidentiality would be managed to include Public Records Act requests. In a law enforcement context where sensitive personal and criminal data is involved, this omission is especially problematic. The lack of policy leads to concerns about the potential mishandling or unauthorized sharing of confidential information, undermining trust among participating agencies. In summary, the absence of these essential components, clear roles, agreements, financial structures, and operational guidelines makes it impossible for the JPA to function effectively in its current format. Each missing element created gaps that disrupted the overall coordination and communication between agencies, ultimately causing the failure of dispatch services collaboration and the purchase of a CAD that does not meet our operational needs. This is the reason the Sheriff's Office is seeking to contract with the City of Ceres for law enforcement dispatch services and move forward with the Oracle partnership. The 2020 Matrix study provided decentralization recommendations, with Modesto having an independent Modesto 911 center and the county reorganizing the JPA agreement and placing functional oversight of SR 911 under the Sheriff's Office as an independent communications division. Again, these reports and recommendations have never been presented by the JPA or discussed. While every CAD system has its pros and cons, I want to point out there is a notable amount of negative feedback about Central Square's products, particularly in terms of its reliability and user experience. Many departments have shared their frustrations publicly and with us. This is an indication of a systemic issue. Feedback from current and past users of Central Square have been mixed, with a number of agencies reporting frustration with system reliability, support issues, and user experience. While there are certainly success stories, the volume of complaints should not be overlooked, especially when you're making a significant investment in a system that will be central to our operations. The common phrase we've heard is they overpromise and underdeliver. This could have been discovered if a proper needs assessment and request for proposal was complete. Thank you, and I'll turn it over to Lieutenant Brock Condit.
Chief, Chair, Supervisors, Counselor, thank you for allowing us to present today. My name is Brock Condit. I'm a lieutenant with the Stanislaus County Sheriff's Office. I've been with the department for 24 years. I currently oversee our community resource deputies, school resource officers, police activities league deputy, and I'm the area commander for the communities of Salida and Del Rio. Today I'm going to be talking about a couple of different topics, one of which is our computer-aided dispatch system. As you can see on the slide before you, in the realm of an investigation from beginning to end, it's a small segment from the start to finish process. However, it is an extremely important part of the process. The information or lack of information that is obtained when a call first comes into dispatch, and that is obtained from all available software by the call taker, dispatch, and deputy will set the stage that either will add to or diminish safety of the deputy and citizens, allow for a complete, substantial investigation, and add or take from the efficiency of deputies and clerks in the jail management system, clerks in the records management system, and detectives and or analysts as the case progresses to completion. Over the past 24 years, I've worked in a variety of assignments, one of which was being a canine deputy and trainer for 18 years. Being part of a fast-paced and highly involved unit showed me how important early and vital information is in keeping deputies and citizens safe and allowing us to do a dangerous job more efficiently. Working as a supervisor for our investigations further drove this point home. Combined, we use over 25 software platforms for immediate investigative information on various fronts and for follow-up investigations. These are all separate from our CAD system and separate from each other. This means constantly switching windows, being logged out per time limitations, having to remember and store a large number of usernames and passwords, change passwords, etc. Over the past 15 years plus, our CAD format has remained virtually unchanged, other than aesthetics and updated mapping. And this is astonishing, given that technology has progressed and continues to progress every 24 hours. Let me give just a small example. It may surprise you to know that even our mapping system, with its updates, is nothing more than a two-toned color screen. Meanwhile, every smartphone will give you the latest satellite picture and address, including vegetation, additional structures, newly cleared roads. This just goes to show the lack of interest that companies have had in progressing technology in the public safety world. This lack of technological growth has and will continue to decrease time and efficiency. Having to work on multiple platforms and piecemealing together systems just creates more work. This inefficiency produces a loss of information or stale information when having to wait minutes or even hours for details that are needed immediately. It causes burnout and a decline in morale, all of which will lead to decreased results. No matter which way you are involved in the investigation, no one wants that. Oracle can and has developed an operating system that not only will work, it does work, as we will show you later. A program that allows us to have all or most of these software applications accessible from one place, allowing us to do our jobs more efficiently and timely, keeping deputies and the citizens we serve safer with being able to quickly gather vital information and respond appropriately. An idea that's held highly in our county is that we are better together, and I agree with this sentiment. To me, this means that we share a common goal, safety and service. There is not a county, city, or even private entity that does not want to keep our citizens safe and serve them to the best of our ability. That is our shared goal, and we are better together in keeping that our objective. The screen highlights just a couple of examples of different platforms that are used by each agency, but yet we are able to connect and share. A multi-agency and entity camera sharing project, Fuses used by the Sheriff's Office, Peregrine used by the Modesto Police Department at their own real-time crime centers. Regardless and being in different locations and using different tools, we share and collaborate, which makes the goal more achievable for everyone involved. There have been some recent shares on social media highlighting our departments working together, successfully apprehending criminals. We live and work in a fast-paced world. Collaboration has transcended the walls of individual organizations. The way we work has evolved, opening doors of technology and growth for organizations, each with unique tools and methods to unite towards shared goals. Technology serves as the ultimate equalizer. With the flexibility to adopt what works best for each organization, we can now innovate without sacrificing connectivity. We can effortlessly share information across different platforms. Regardless of the tools or systems others use, we can now be part of a connected, modern network, working smarter, not harder. Oracle software has become a game changer. Striving to be the best can become a reality as we become a forerunner in technology. After years of relying on outdated systems that drained our time, energy, and morale, we finally have a platform that has made us design partners to meet our needs today and prepare us for tomorrow and into the future. No longer are we stuck piecing together obsolete solutions or dealing with constant inefficiencies. Oracle empowers us to consolidate, streamline, and shift our focus from simply getting by to thriving and being a leader in our field. Yet, technology is only part of the equation. True collaboration depends on trust, open communication, and a shared vision. Finding a partner that wants to progress into the future of technology has been found with the City of Ceres. The tools are here to support us, but it's up to us to lead with purpose. And with that, I will hand it over to our records manager, Serena Otero.
Good morning. I'm the manager of the Records Division. I am also the agency CLETS coordinator and custodian of records. I have over 12 and a half years at the Sheriff's Office. My experience has given me a high level of understanding of current processes and the systems we use. I have assisted in exploring RMS options since 2021. I have also participated over the years with configuration of new modules and making improvements to the existing RMS. Records management is vital to law enforcement and the safety of the community. The RMS is the solution for personnel to enter and retrieve data. This agency-wide system provides storage, retrieval, retention, and viewing of information and documents pertaining to law enforcement operations. The Records Division is 24/7 and utilizes the RMS to support dispatch, patrol, and the public. Patrol completes all of their reports, entries for crime stats, and uses the RMS as an investigative tool. It is important to note we use our RMS for all public records requests. We gather information for claims and also for cases that are under litigation. The RMS generates reports for prosecution and case management. The RMS is used to hold all of the criminal records for anyone that's booked in our county and also any criminals that we come across. We also hold all of the warrants and restraining orders. At the Sheriff's Office, warrants are entered and maintained for the majority of the county, including CHP and miscellaneous warrants issued by the court. The only exception is we don't enter warrants for 6 other local agencies. We enter all restraining orders issued by the court for the entire county except for a number of zip codes in Modesto PD's jurisdiction. We maintain records in our RMS of entries that are put into the California Law Enforcement Telecommunications System, known as CLUTS, which is important to public safety. We are required to enter timely information and retrieve information from the stolen vehicle system, missing persons, and warrant systems, just to name a few. These statistics are vital for transparency to the public. As you can see in the image, there are several divisions within the Sheriff's Office that utilizes the RMS day-to-day. For example, the STAC, Stanislaus Threat Assessment Center, which has crime analysts assigned who assist patrol with investigations daily. We have crime statistics and various required reporting that is set by California Department of Justice and the FBI. On January 1st, 2016, the legislature passed AB 71, which requires agencies to collect data on use of force incidents to submit to California Department of Justice, which began on January 1st, 2017. We are currently in compliance with this. Crime statistic reporting is extremely important for the public and the agency. On May 14th, 2020, California released California Incident-Based Reporting System after notification that the FBI would transition fully to National Incident-Based Reporting System, known as NIBRS. Later that year, California Department of Justice provided specifications and guides to assist agencies and vendors with the implementation of CYBRS in the RMS. Effective January 1st, 2021, the FBI transitioned the Uniform Crime Reporting UCR program, which is a limited summary of crime stats, over to the NIBRS reporting only. From 2020 through 2021, our IT developers, along with myself and several other personnel, began building a new module. It was extremely challenging, and it wasn't until June of 2022 that we began additional testing with DOJ. As of this date, due to the complexities and errors, we are out of compliance and still not reporting our California or NIBRS to DOJ, but continue to report the UCR crime stats. It should be noted, California Department of Justice is aware of our current transition and has been working closely with us on a new timeline to become compliant. On January 1st of 2023, the legislature passed AB 953, which requires the reporting of Racial and Identity Profiling Act, referred to as RIPA or STOP data. Our agency had a contract with San Diego County Sheriff's Office to utilize their web app, as building another module was not an option. We are currently in compliance with this. These crime stats and reporting are all examples of why it is important to have one system that connects party and incident information. For example, if a deputy finds himself in a use of force incident and having to report stop data, they will log each one into 2 separate systems, then go into another system to enter the required crime reporting. I think we can all agree that this is not efficient for patrol deputies or our clerical staff. Currently, we use the Integrated Criminal Justice Information System, referred to as CJIS. This current system was designed and built in-house in 2003. It can no longer support and meet the needs of data management. The accessibility is very limited to the work desktop with no tablet or phone capability. Interface design is outdated. Data validation constraints have caused entry and statistical reporting errors. There is a disconnection between modules. The lacks case management tracking capabilities to monitor open investigations, DA dispositions, and court dispositions, which is creating challenges to maintain active investigative files. It also has slowed down our processes, and we are unable to go fully paperless. Disconnection between information modules. Currently, we must enter data and conduct investigations in 13 different modules. As shown in the image, none of these modules share information. We have to click on each one and duplicate our data entry, delaying time for patrol and records. Our interfaces are extremely important to serve the public effectively. An interface allows for the record to be entered accurately with reduced errors while streamlining data entry to save time. Accuracy, efficiency, automation. This moves us into the future and allows us to provide better service within and to the public. Immediate and reliable information is critical to public safety. We need to simplify record keeping and become a paperless agency. By creating interfaces, we allow deputies more time patrolling and engaging with the community. This is an overall improved collaboration. An effective RMS allows for the data to be entered and accessed by multiple modules. By centralizing data and enabling seamless sharing between departments, RMS solutions promote better coordination and teamwork for deputies while improving public safety. I have personally worked with Oracle since day one of this project. I've been extremely impressed with the entire partnership. They've observed and taken note of detail that are important to our agency. They were interested in our current process and procedure while providing ideas to significantly improve our processes. Their product is making way for the future and currently meets the needs of the organization and government efficiency. They are highly supportive, they're open to collaboration and receptive to new ideas. They actively listen and incorporate feedback effectively. They give prompt responses, they're dedicated to guiding the agency, and as I mentioned, they're moving all parts of law enforcement into the future. I will now be followed by Captain Frank Martinez. Thank you.
Good morning. Captain Frank Martinez with the Sheriff's Department. I've been with the organization for 18 years, assigned to the jail division. Over that 18 years, I've served in various roles with different experiences. So far, we've talked about the CAD component, the RMS component. Now we're going to get into the JMS component and what takes place once an individual's being booked into custody. A jail management system, also referred to as a JMS, is a computerized system that helps manage the operations of our jail. So essentially, it helps us track the custody status of every person booked into our facilities. That includes the intake process. It covers charges, warrants, holds they may have from other counties, all the way through the release process. Not only does it track in custody status, it also tells us and how we manage. It's also how we manage everything to do with an individual in our custody. So where they were housed at, their visitors, any incident they've ever been involved in, assaults against staff, everything about this individual is tracked in our JMS. Also to include programs they're participating in, any needs they may have. So it's kind of our one-stop shop for managing the jail population. The importance of a proper JMS. So a proper JMS needs to be efficient. It needs to be state of the art. Not only does it help us track moving parts in our jails every single day. For example, we have over 100 individuals who go to court every single day. We have 60 plus individuals booked into our custody every day. 50 plus releases taking place. There's a lot of moving parts. And our JMS is how we properly track and account for the 1,400 plus individuals in our custody at any given time. Not only is it key to managing the population, but it also helps ensure safety and security of our facilities. So through our JMS, I'm able to track enemies, individuals who may have in custody, gang affiliations, individuals who may be susceptible to being victims of crime inside the jails. It also helps keep our staff safe. The JMS is where our staff can go to look at individuals' history in our facilities, if they've been violent, if they've been assaultive towards staff. This is a tool that is key to ensuring safety in our facilities. So it's got to be efficient. It's got to be state of the art. And lastly, it's got to withstand for long periods of time. So we've talked about the CAD component, and for context, the initial call takes place and someone calls 911. A CAD call may be open for a few minutes to a few hours on the long end. We have individuals serving 15 plus years in our jails at times. We recently just released an individual to CDCR who spent 15 years in our custody fighting a homicide. So for that 15 years, we needed our JMS to properly track this individual through their entirety of their incarceration. Just kind of gives you some context of how long this program and this software needs to be sustainable. Currently, we utilize ICGIS, also the Integrated Criminal Justice Information System, also referred to as ICGIS. As Serena mentioned, it's a homegrown system that's been in place since 2003. Current challenges with ICGIS is exactly that. It's been in place since 2003. There's been no advancements to technology. We're not using tablets. We're not using smartphones. We're barred down by endless amounts of paperwork. To accomplish one task, you're having to go through several different screens. For example, when it's time for an individual to be released from custody, I have to go to one screen to confirm the charges, a second screen to confirm the court paperwork, a third screen to confirm the warrants, a fourth screen to confirm if they have any other out-of-county holds, then a fifth screen to release the individual. 5 different screens, 5 different buttons just to accomplish one task. And so that is no fault to our team. Like I said, it is a homegrown platform that we utilize that's managed in-house. We have a team of 4 in our IT department who are responsible for managing this RMS, JMS platform. For context, most vendors you hire and partner with are going to have dozens, if not hundreds, to serve the same role. We have 4. We have not added to this to maintain ICGIS to where it needs to be. So this team essentially maintaining the software. They're not making advancements to it. They're not thinking outside the box, trying to be innovative. They simply only have the resources to maintain the current system. So it makes it very challenging. The county approved an outside study from DeltaWorks, who came in to assess our ICGIS component for a lot of the various reasons already addressed. They recommended us to get away from ICGIS. And so all that to say, regardless of the direction we take today, our RMS and JMS need to be replaced, regardless of what's decided on today. Some of the challenges with identifying a new vendor when it comes to RMS, JMS, ideally you'd have one vendor who provides all the platforms for you. That's not a common occurrence. When you look across the state, different agencies as far as sheriff's departments utilizing vendors, it's very rare to have one vendor who provides RMS and JMS platforms for those organizations. Oftentimes, an RMS vendor will have a very strong RMS and a JMS that's lacking, or they have a very strong JMS and an RMS is lacking. As a result of that, a lot of agencies partner with one vendor for their RMS, a separate vendor for their JMS. Oftentimes, these products are already established, so where that comes into play, especially for a JMS, throughout the state of California, every jail is going to operate differently depending on the demographics, the quality of inmate they have, the size of their jail facilities, the type of gang members they have. Every operation is different, and so when you're trying to identify a vendor to offer JMS services, some of the challenges is this product's already established, and so you're having to change your operation to work around the product. It's not vice versa. Lastly, a lot of these products are built without the experience of law enforcement who have done the job. It's oftentimes people in the tech world who are building these products for law enforcement. They don't have any experience themselves. If they do utilize law enforcement to build these platforms, it's often retired law enforcement or individuals who've been out of the game for a very, very long time. Some of the benefits of partnering with Oracle, it is exact opposite of all I just discussed. Oracle has come in, they have made us part of the development team. We have a hands-on approach and role in not only building a state-of-the-art product that's going to work for us, but that's going to work for other agencies across the state and just bring them into the year 2025 when it comes to technology, efficiency, and a state-of-the-art product. The experience to date has been exceptional. They've been, as Serena said, they've been open to our recommendations. They've been honest, transparent. Whenever they say they're going to do something, they do it, often with a quick turnaround. And so I cannot say enough about our experience with Oracle to date. Some of the improvements to efficiency, we will be paperless. We will have tablets. We will have smartphones. We will be able to remove some of the redundancies in our processes to make us more efficient. One example I'll briefly cover is currently when a patrol deputy brings an individual into custody, they filled out a bunch of forms that we then have to duplicate once they get to the jail. So a lot of the information is having to be redocumented again on our forms. They go to the booking process, and the booking clerk is having to once again re-enter a lot of the same information into the computer system. With Oracle, our CAD will have the ability to speak to our JMS. So what that means is the patrol deputy who can generate all this information into the tablets when they get to the jail, or before they even get to the jail, I as a jail deputy know who I have coming to me. It gives me their ETA, their charges, who's arresting them, if they're combative, if they have any medical issues. All that information is available to me before they step foot in our door. Once they get to our facility, with the click of a button, all that information transfers over to the JMS process, the JMS component, just expediting the booking process without the redundancy of forms. How that improves efficiency, patrol deputies are spending a lot less time waiting for their arrestee to be booked. They can get back out to the streets to respond to additional calls, and our jail staff can book these individuals a lot quicker. And if an individual's scheduled to be released, let's say they're here for a misdemeanor, going to be cited out, instead of waiting on a busy day hours to be booked because of just the influx of individuals in our custody, by expediting that booking process, you can get them out of jail, back to their jobs, back to their families in a much quicker turnaround because of these efficient processes. The impacts of not proceeding with Oracle, we would have to then go out to an RFP to identify a new vendor. And as I said, there's a lot of challenges that come with that. Central Square has been thrown out as a possible solution. I'll be very clear, I've sat in on a demo for Central Square, and they just were very underwhelmed for what we need them to do. As I mentioned earlier, a lot of vendors either specialize in RMS or JMS. Central Square very much specializes in the RMS component. In doing research, I've only found one agency in California who are utilizing them for a JMS, for their JMS services. And it should be noted that that county houses 124 individuals. We at any given time house 1,400 plus, with the capability of housing 1,700 plus. A lot of the concerns they shared were the same ones Captain Torrey, you shared. Overpromised, underdelivered. A lot of the features not being utilized, and the support is just lacking. Tickets are going weeks without being answered or addressed, impacting their operations at their jail. The fiscal impacts to the county if we do not proceed with Oracle. Obviously, I think the sheriff will get into the budget component and the cost savings of proceeding with Oracle. But if we do not proceed with Oracle, we will likely go to an RFP where you'll have the RMS go with one vendor, the JMS go with a separate vendor, two different contracts, two different costs to the county, and you're not getting the state-of-the-art product that Oracle brings us, which allows us to just power forward in a positive way. So with that, I'll hand it back over to Lieutenant Brock Condit.
So on December 3rd, we held a live successful test demo utilizing Oracle within the city of Ceres. We had 5 deputies, a sergeant, 2 dispatchers. We answered real 911 calls, responded to real incidents with real people, conducted proactive real enforcement, arrested and booked real suspects. And all of this was successfully done using Oracle as the operating platform across all platforms, CAD, JMS, and RMS. The following video is a reenacted simulation showing the Oracle platform and the seamless flow of information. Again, I want to remind you the people in this video are not real bad people. It's a deputy, and the deputy's kind of giving you an idea of how it works.
Sam Adam Mary, 123.
House 4110, Brewmaster, in Sirius.
Last of Mayfair,
Mary Adam Yellow, Frank Adam Ryder Robert. First of Michael, Thomas Boeing, 129313, verbal email.
Good.
Issue misdemeanor probation for 11377 HNS general search terms. He has an unconfirmed warrant out of Series PD for 1085 bill 50,000.
All right. So right now, I'm showing that you have a warrant for your arrest.
So just to give you some idea of what it looks like, as you can see, the mapping system, which I talked a little bit about, allows the operator, whether you're the dispatcher or deputy on the street, you're able to look at a layered map. If you want to use two-tone colored screen, you can. If you want to use what we see on a satellite map, you can use that. As soon as the deputy called out on his stop, you saw the location automatically being pulled up. The push button commands at your fingertips. You can just touch the screen, put yourself en route. The ease of access and the searching capabilities, as soon as the dispatcher began entering information, it started narrowing down that search for that person, and then brought up that person with a picture that's not only available to the dispatcher, but also the deputy out there on the streets. The information that we can see, I think the biggest part of this is that the information transferred seamlessly from the initial stop all the way through to the JMS and RMS process. So all of that information started to began being stored into a system that would be shared seamlessly. And just to piggyback off of what Serena was talking about earlier, I wanted to kind of give my experience with working with Oracle, which I've been involved in this for probably about the past 3 months. We brought to them something that we would like to see that is a vital part of records management, the redaction software. And they were able to, over the weekend, one engineer was able to develop something that we had never seen before, a push-button redaction program. One of the things that really stuck out to me in this testing phase that we conducted in series was one of the engineers, what I heard them say really struck me, is that she said, "Don't tell me what you want to see. Don't tell me what you want. I want to know what the problem is and allow us to come up with the solution." Sometimes we get so stuck in the way that we've always done things that that's how we want to continue to do it. And we just prolong how much we keep ourselves into the past and not look at some of the things that are out there to help us into the future. So with that, I'll turn it over to Steve Leone from Oracle.
Thanks. Why don't you go to the next slide, if that's right. For those not familiar with Oracle, I wanted to just give a little bit of insight and context on who we are as a company. So Oracle is the second largest software company in the world. We have 150,000 plus employees and spend about $8.9 billion, so just under $9 billion a year in R&D and investment. Every week we deploy thousands of changes to our software and services in production, and that impacts tens of thousands of customers, both in the public and the private sector. So just a quick sample of some of those customers, of the customers of Oracle. So just hop to the next page. You can see there all the major branches from the military are part of our system, or part of our company's customer set, and have been for, in many cases, decades. Separately, all the intelligence agencies, as well as some of the, I just pulled some of the public sector clients up here, but as well as the state of California, state of Texas, state of New York, and I can go on and on and on that. So large established software company, been serving the public sector from the beginning of our founding, which was in 1977. So with that, I wanted to provide a little bit of context on the Oracle Public Safety Suite. I feel odd talking about it after they've done a good job of walking through it, but I'll highlight a couple things about it. One is, and they said it a few times, that it's a single integrated application or suite with one database, and the data seamlessly flows through in real time to provide insights and to limit data reuse and data entry. To maximize data reuse and limit data reentry. I think that's important because this allows officers to be in the software less, right? We don't want them staring at screens. We don't want them, we don't want a dispatcher to have to hunt and work for the information they're trying to provide, the insights they're trying to provide. And we do that quite well, and it's nice to hear that the Sheriff's Office agrees with that. I would also point out that it's the most modern and secure software platform on the market. So, and I'll talk a little bit about security on the next slide, but I think that's a really important piece because today, public sector, public safety in particular as well, is ground zero for ransomware and malicious actors out there. And being on the safest and most secure software platform available is essential for the safety and the ongoing well-being of the county. So with that, let me talk a little bit about what this solution means for the county. A few things I'll talk about here. One of the service engagement, running on a unified platform brings real-time insights, decision-making, and reporting. It eliminates the unnecessary data entry that we talked about and makes officers dramatically more efficient. On the safety and insight, I kind of alluded to it, but I wanted to be clear. Oracle is the only system in the market that the entire system, from the infrastructure, literally this concrete at the database, all the way through the end user application, is built, serviced, maintained, supported by one company. That company is Oracle. And Oracle has a history from 1977 of providing mission-critical, highly secure software solutions for public sector clients. Innovation and collaboration is another big one for us. It's great to hear so many anecdotes and stories about that from the Sheriff's Office. That's actually absolutely what we're trying to do. We want simple, modern software, all running with the most powerful AI tools in the market. It means your county's first responders will be more efficient and requires less training, and they will be than any other software on the market. It means that first responders are safer and the community is safer. So we think that innovation and collaboration is a really big deal. And you notice we, when the gentleman from jail management was talking about our solution, he talked about the way in which we partner with them. We also partner with 4 other agencies in the country as we built out the software suite. We know the pitfalls of what other folks have gone through and how they've built their software, and we decided very strategically not to follow that route. The last thing I'll talk about is transparency. So Oracle is committed to an open ecosystem out there. So our system will work seamlessly with any other system out there. If they do not work well, we will. It won't be because we are unwilling to do that. That's not Oracle's approach. We also are committed to transparency to our users, our agencies, and the communities they serve. So if you want to get information out of the system, we find that to be simple, intuitive, and fully supported in the system. So with that, I'll turn it back over to the Sheriff.
All right, thank you, Steve and team. I would like to point out I am not Brooke Freeman, the Chief Admin Officer for the Sheriff's Office. I am sure you all realize that by now. Brooke is unfortunately out sick, so you get me for this portion of it. We're going to now focus on specifically the transition to the city of Ceres and the benefits that we get there. As Tori spoke to earlier, there are some challenges with SR 911 not being part of a law enforcement center or a law enforcement agency, and some of the information that they do not have access to under state law. There's just simply some things that they can't do. By transitioning to Ceres PD, will be under Ceres Police Department, and there will be a lot more, they will have a lot more access to data systems that will make us more efficient and faster in the field. Single discipline. SR 911 is a multidiscipline dispatch center, as law and fire in it, and maybe someday it'll have EMS as well. There are pros and cons with everything. With being multidiscipline, you have to have people, dispatchers, call takers, that can handle either the call reception, right, and that would impact every discipline, and then dispatch for every discipline. And I would submit that the benefits of a single discipline make it far more efficient and effective for any of the public safety sectors, but specifically for law enforcement, since that is my area of expertise. It just, quite frankly, gets us the information that we need to respond correctly and faster to any incident in our community. And then the governance piece. We've spoken about that early on in kind of the history. Again, Captain Hughes covered that. One of the reasons that we're here is because we have never addressed some of the fundamental challenges with running the JPA, and we have not done that yet to date. We've shuffled it around over the years, but we've never really addressed the root causes and coming up with a solution. If we had, we probably wouldn't even be having this conversation today. By transitioning to a service provider and then the contractee under Ceres, all of that gets covered definitively as to who's responsible for what and to what price tag. So all of that is over and done with. Next slide. Costs. What you can see in front of you, this is not new information, but these are specific SR 911 costs from our actual budgets for FY24 and 25 as a reference point. Next slide. The estimated cost with going to Ceres. So what you see in front of you is the total roll-up value, the all-inclusive ongoing cost of transitioning to series. This would be an annual cost. The key thing with this slide compared to the other slides is this has no vacancy rate in it whatsoever. This would be if they were 100% full all the time. Next slide. This is with a 10% vacancy rate. This is what makes it an apples for apples comparison to SR 911. Next slide. And here you can see that side by side. They are functionally the same price. That ongoing cost is no different. And ongoing, again, is really the personnel side of things, right? The annual fee, the annual expenses to the sheriff's office. Yeah, technically, series is $40,000 less, but we're just going to say that that's a wash. But it is the critical piece to this is that it is not more expensive. And again, this is apples for apples with a 10% vacancy rate. Next slide. All right, one-time cost. There is an expense to transition the PSAP from SR 911 to series. And that is estimated currently at $1,307,000 and change there. A portion of that is covered by the City of Ceres through Cal OES contribution of $300 and some thousand. The Sheriff's Office portion is currently estimated at $944,000. And the key piece to this is two parts. One is that Cal OES will also make an unknown contribution to our portion. When I say it's unknown, it's estimated at around $700,000, but we don't know definitively until we have a signed contract with the City of Ceres, and then Cal OES will do whatever it is that they do, and they will tell us what that price tag is. But again, we expect it to be in the $700,000 range. And if not, if we were to be forced to go to Central Square or any other platform, we have to replace the MDTs, the computers in our cars. The price tag for that is estimated at $1.5 million to do a complete change out of all of our computers. If we stay with Oracle, we do not. Oracle will provide us with the tablets and the appropriate mounting systems and so on for our vehicles so that we do not bear that expense. No matter what, the one-time cost of going with Series is less than going with another product. Next. The benefits of Oracle, I'm really not going to belabor this one too much. You've heard it now from my team quite extensively, especially on the one program for CAD, RMS, and JMS. That is a key component. It's not actually CAD, RMS, and JMS anymore. It's just one thing. It is one seamlessly integrated program that is huge. Helping design the program, we are in a development agreement. We are design partners. We are one of 5 across the country. That has huge value. This idea of buying something off the shelf, it is rare that you can ever find something off the shelf that accommodates your needs and wishes and how you currently operate your organization. By being design partners and the largest design partner for Oracle in this space, we have heavy influence on what the outcome of this product is. And what that means is that we get something that meets our needs because we are helping them design it. The corollary to that is we also get the input of other departments across the country in Minnesota and Colorado and Texas and wherever else they're at, and how they do things. And because believe it or not, they all have some pretty good ideas too, and that certainly develops a more robust product. And then the final thing up here, the one right in the middle there, is cost savings. And let's go to the next one on that. And this is the cost savings. We're going to see 2 different versions of this. This is years 1 through 5. And this is where the balance of our cost savings kicks in. And that is expected to be about $8.25 million there over the first 5 years. And that is because we do not pay for CAD, RMS, or JMS. It is free with the Oracle development agreement. That is what they get out of. They get our services, our input. We get it for free when we go live. That is why this is such a tremendous value financially to our county. $8.25 million. That's a lot of money in the first 5 years. Again, if we go with a different product for CAD, we have to buy new car computers. That's estimated at $1.5 million. And to be clear on this, to get as close to apples for apples as we possibly can, this is the Central Square CAD quote that would apply to the Sheriff's Office. The RMS costs, the records management, are from San Joaquin County, where they recently bought a new product. They are slightly larger than we are by about 50 staff or so. So we expect that we should be slightly less than that quote up there. That being said, this is also from 2023, and with inflation, we would expect that to go back up. So we think that this is a very realistic number for cost comparison. And the same thing with the JMS. We used Placer County. Again, these are drawn from actual board agenda items, so we know that that's what was approved. And Placer County is significantly smaller than we are, so we'd actually expect that number to potentially be quite a bit higher. But again, these are direct numbers that were approved by other boards in our state. So again, in the first 5 years, we save $8.246 million. Next. And then this is in years 6 through 10, because one of the questions has come up with, after we get the free deal, what does it look like moving forward with Oracle when we have to pay them? Let's be clear, they're a private entity and they are in business to make money. So we would have to buy it. Oracle has provided us with a quote in today's values as to what that would cost if we had to buy it today, basically $540,000. That's for CAD, RMS, and JMS. In that integrated suite. We have applied a 5% escalator in the later years to account for inflation on that. And we applied the actual escalator cost to the San Joaquin and Placer County board-approved items. That's what's actually in their quote. Again, so we are trying to get as close to apples for apples as we possibly can. And that brings us to the next slide. In 10 years, we save $11.6 million in real money by going to Oracle with the city of Ceres. And that is just for the county. What this does not take into account is the savings that the city of Ceres gets by transitioning to the Oracle product, right? That with joining us in this deal. Obviously, they pay the same ongoing costs, right, for their staff and so on, but they too would be part of the free deal. And come in as design partners, providing their input to this product, and that is several $100,000 at least in the first 5 years. Also of note here, and this is kind of under development at the moment, the city of Turlock is potentially going to join us in this partnership as well as design partners with Oracle while maintaining their own PSAP. And this does not count savings to the city of Turlock, again, for the same reasons. And finally, when we talk about savings, this does not count any other potential savings for the county. As you know, the district attorney's office is involved in this agreement as well. And Jeff Lazzaro, our DA, was going to be here today, but like Brooke, he is out sick. And so he had sent an email, I believe, to the board members that sit on the CDAC expressing his interest in continuing on with the Oracle process, specifically in his regards for the RMS aspect of it. Assuming that we, being you, approve this deal and Turlock also then joins in, that would put the sheriff's office and 7 of the police departments, counting our 4 contract cities, on the same system countywide, of which potentially our DA would be part of as well. And if any of the other county agencies want to join in, like probation or the county fire entities, this price tag actually goes up. We save even more money for our county. And that takes us to the closing. Next one. There's some themes here. And this has been a long presentation because there's a lot to cover. I do acknowledge that even some of this is just the wave tops. We could have gone down some other rabbit trails that we did not, just in the interest of time. And quite frankly, I think you all have heard most of this before. I don't think there's been any real surprises today. But we can't repeat history. Now, when we talk about the JPA, all right, we've had issues with it over the last 25 years. Many of those issues are what drove the city of Modesto to submit their letter stating that they wanted to pull out of the JPA because this has not worked for everybody. I think we need to get past that. And I want to be clear here, too, that us being the sheriff's office, transitioning to the city of Ceres in no way impacts what the city of Modesto wants to do. I'll be very clear. I support them in whatever they want to do. The city of Modesto can and should make their own decisions. From the law enforcement standpoint, Chief Gillespie is hired by the city to police that city, and I believe that Brandon, in conjunction with his city leadership, should make his own decision. This does not have an impact on that. Oracle aside, if we were going to stay together, we've said this from day one, we should have gone through a legitimate RFP process. We have not done that. I said that when I was part of the CDAC, that we should have done that. And again, we probably wouldn't be having this conversation today if we had done a legitimate and correct RFP process. I'm not arguing with the legality of a piggyback purchase. I am arguing with the validity of it as it pertains to all of the partners making an informed decision on all of the impacts. We never did that. We do not know to this day if Central Square would even work with ICGIS, our current RMS and JMS program, much less with any other products that we might want to look at. So we should have done that. And I know I've said this to many of you in personal conversations. If I was simply unhappy with the outcome of a legitimate RFP, right, because my selection didn't win, that would be a very different discussion than what we're having today. To date, I do not know what any criteria were used to evaluate the Central Square product. And I think that we have to be cognizant of the fact of the overwhelming negative feedback that we've gotten regarding Central Square, both the product and specifically the company. That is just not something that we can overlook. Our technology is years behind. It's been addressed many times, the lack of efficiency, the touch points, redundant data entry, that every one of those touch points creates an opportunity for mistakes to be made, because that's every time when a person is touching that. And we have to both speed up our staff as we get more and more requirements, and we have to make sure that we have accurate information that flows seamlessly. I think we've already really addressed this. This next bullet, you guys have asked me for a plan with going to series, but there is no plan for us staying with Central Square and how it impacts everything else. I'm not going to belabor that one. We've gone there. Modesto Police Department, they want to go live on Central Square by September 15th. There is literally no chance at this juncture that we will be able to accomplish that, because we have to go through an entire RFP process to replace ICGIS, and we don't believe that it can connect to ICGIS. And if it can connect to ICGIS, ICGIS still has to be replaced because we're not NIBRS and CYBRS compliant. And there's a note with that too. When it comes to federal and or state grants, if you are not compliant with those, you are not eligible, you are potentially not eligible to get grants, which adds to the expense of or the need to replace ICGIS. And that may or may not impact the entirety of the county, not just the sheriff's office. And I think I've already belabored that final bullet point of unknown what Central Square will connect with, and then just the efficiency aspect of it. Next slide. We also have not really discussed any of the radio infrastructure issues. That is going to cost our county millions of dollars. It crashed in September, and lack of radio connectivity, it crashed for about 15 hours. Lack of radio connectivity has a much more significant impact on our ability to serve the community than CAD does. That has to be addressed. Modesto Police Department is actively looking at radio encryption. And they are kind of on the pushing for this. Oakdale has already encrypted. Modesto is really driving for encryption, which I also support. But if they encrypt before we do, then I will tell you that sitting next to them on the same CAD is sort of irrelevant, because we can't talk to them on the radio. Without, we can change channels. Yes, there are ways around things, but from an operational standpoint, we all have to be on the same radio more than the same CAD. And encryption is a multi-million-dollar expense countywide. The estimate from the countywide, and that includes Modesto, Turlock, all of the independent cities and so on, is somewhere in the $20 to $25 million range. And that is just an estimate. That is not a quote, but that is kind of where we've added things up and see it going. And the final piece here is, it's been brought up before that there is a push by Cal OES for PSAP consolidation. So I called Cal OES. I talked to the Cal OES law chief, as well as their public safety communications director, and they said that that is very inaccurate. There has been some they call it, I think, infantile, or conversations in their infancy about pushing for very small PSAPs to consolidate, specifically those that struggle to provide 24/7 services to their community. The only thing that we kind of have locally would be at Cal State Stanislaus. They have one that operates for 12 hours a day, and then it rolls over to Turlock PD at night. That's the type of PSAP that Cal OAS is talking about in its infancy. We already know that from the various studies that have been done, those studies support the city of Modesto and the county having separate PSAPs. Next one. Okay, call transfers. This was also something that specifically was asked to be addressed, and I believe that there will be a subsequent presentation on this, potentially by SR 911. There was a presentation that was given to the CDAC sometime back. A lot of the data in that was inaccurate, specifically as it relates to the city of Oakdale. Call transfers take literally a matter of seconds. And what does this mean? A 911 caller calls into a dispatch PSAP, a public safety answering point, and they want to, they have to report some sort of issue, whether it's a medical emergency, some sort of criminal issue or whatnot. If that call has to be transferred to a different service provider, the actual call transfer only takes a couple of seconds. Five and a half is more or less the average that comes out of this. Now, what we have to take into account is that there could be two different call takers that you have to provide information to. This specifically becomes an issue when it is a multidisciplinary response, meaning one that might involve law and then fire and or EMS, right? So imagine some sort of a shooting, right? There's clearly a crime, and then there is also the need for a medical response. That PSAP or that call will come in, the law enforcement PSAP will take that call, they will take whatever crime information they need, location and so on, somebody was shot maybe in the leg, here's what it is there a suspect, so on. All right, they will immediately dispatch law enforcement to that call. They will dispatch us to that call before they've actually completed answering the call, right? We will be on our way and we will receive updates over time. Once that is done, they would have to transfer it to either fire and or EMS, where they can take that same information specifically related to the medical emergency aspect of it. There is certainly some redundancy here. There is no doubt about that. I'm not going to pretend that there is not. But what we have to understand is that operationally, in a situation like that, fire and or EMS will almost invariably stage, right? They will, assuming we both get there at the same time, fire and EMS will sit somewhere else, around the corner, down the block, whatnot, until law enforcement has ensured that the scene is safe and secure, and maybe some considerations on preservation of evidence or whatnot. And that can take 30 seconds or half an hour, depending on the severity of the incident. Why does that matter? Because from the medical standpoint, they can be giving all that information. The guys are sitting around the corner anyway, right? It's the actual going on scene time that is critical. And that is just not, that's not where the issue lies. So we don't want to really focus on this idea of call transfers as a factor here. And I'm going to kind of come back to that briefly in a minute. Next slide. All right, money. We've already talked about what the price tag is, and I know that this year is a relatively austere budget year for the county. Repeatedly in board chambers here, we've heard the term we're just trying to keep the lights on this year, and I understand that. I also think that it's kind of odd that we're potentially considering spending millions of dollars on outdated technology from a questionable company in that year when we have a different option. And also, and I mean, the CEO's office has said this a number of times, hey, let's look for grants out there that might support, law enforcement, public works, any of that. I would tell you that this is a multi-million-dollar grant. I know that that's not what it's called, but it is functionally the same thing. It is a multi-million-dollar grant that gives us money to do other things with. And, the deputies spoke earlier. They're in contract negotiations now. I don't normally publicly wade into this, but if money is not the issue, then I don't need money for Oracle. Why don't we pay the deputies more so that we can keep deputies here on the streets working in our community? So pay them. Next slide. And we're almost done here. Okay, you guys have seen this particular arrow block slide a few times as we kind of talk about the system. because of the way that this whole thing has been handled, we have focused on that leftmost reddish arrow. We'll call it red for the purposes of our discussion today. We have allowed this entire conversation to focus around CAD. And it says up there who is responsible for different aspects of this. Our dispatch center, very fairly, they work in CAD. It's the space that they operate in, and our dispatchers do an excellent job for us in their dispatching. But they only operate in CAD. The Sheriff's Office, Law and Police, Modesto Police, Fire Departments, we all operate in CAD and RMS. We're on different RMS systems. But that applies to everybody. I'm the only person here or in this public safety spectrum that cares about the JMS aspect of it. The PDs, all they want to know is where they drop off their inmates or the people that they've arrested. They don't care what happens. And so this entirety of this system, this is very important to me, and it's driven largely by CAD. And so we have to have a legitimate selection of a CAD product because that is the input for everything downstream. And next slide. This is really what we're getting. We're not getting 3 products. We're getting one product that is fully integrated that we have been able to help develop, and it is a tremendous financial benefit to our county. And so, with that, I kind of want to end with something that my wife says quite regularly, and you all know my wife. She is definitively the smarter half. I make no bones about that. But Sandy looks at things across the valley in general, and she has often said in a variety of aspects, we don't dream big in the valley, right? We don't think we could be the next Elon Musk or grand, civil engineer who, makes the next Empire State Building. I'm dating myself, right? Some grand new building or new bridge or develop some cure to cancer, right? We just don't dream big in the valley. This partnership with Oracle, this allows us to dream big. This puts us on the map. This is such an incredible opportunity for Stanislaus County to partner with the second largest software company in the world that is one of 3 that is committed to $500 billion investment in our country in AI. That is our partner in this. They are not some little startup. They move very fast. And this opportunity should not be bypassed so that we can spend a lot of money on an old product. And that brings us to the final recommendation. And then, if there's any questions, we'll be happy to answer them. The recommendation from me is to accept this plan and move forward with the City of Ceres with developing the final contract to bring back to the board for approval with all of its various forms. And so that is our recommendation, and I'm going to end with that. And we are all collectively open to any questions that you may have. So thank you.
Thank you, Sheriff.
Yeah, hopefully you can hear this okay. I have asked to just make a brief statement here. You may have noticed that there is no CEO concurrence on this item, and I wanted to speak to that issue just briefly for the board and the public. The agenda item in your board packet was prepared by the Sheriff's Office and did not contain the report that you received today. We reached out to the Sheriff's Office last week and requested they provide the actual report to be posted with the agenda item, and they declined, stating it would be provided during the meeting but not before. This is contrary to our standard practice for posting information for the public and the board to have an opportunity for review in advance of board members being requested to consider any staff recommendations. After reviewing some of the information this morning, I did note some inaccuracies in some of the information related particularly to the history of SR 911 that we would have liked to have worked with the Sheriff's Office to discuss prior to today's presentation, and perhaps we can still have those conversations. In addition, I did share the slide on the estimated budget with the Ceres City Manager during our meeting this morning. He reported that the numbers provided were not vetted through his office, and he estimated one-time startup costs to be closer to $6 million and ongoing costs for salaries and benefits to be closer to $4.5 million, not accounting for other costs like service supplies, internal cost allocation charges, insurance, etc. Thank you for the opportunity to provide some additional input after we've seen this presentation for the first time this morning.
I would like to point out, I know Captain Johnson from Ceres is here. He has been our partner. We could ask him to come up and speak, and the Ceres mayor is also here if they want to speak to that.
I'm going to have him just come up.
Good morning, Board of Supervisors, Chairman. Just on the particular subject of the conversation with the city manager, the reason why we're here is because we told the city manager that we were going to be here today. Other conversations regarding the information on the data that you're referring to will probably be discussed today by our captain. But the only real reason why I'm here today is because if this is widely supported by the County Board of Supervisors, the city of Sirius is willing and ready to have those conversations. I am not here in any form or shape to try to deter or try to, delegate what your decision will be here today. But I think it's very important that you hear it from the city mayor, the vice mayor, and our captain in regards to how we feel about moving forward. So in no way, shape, or form are we here other than to have discussions about this project. With respects to how everything has been happening in the background, it's neither here or there. Obviously, we both run municipalities and we understand how that goes, but today I'm here to tell you that if the Board of Supervisors are interested in having further conversations, the city of Sirius is willing to sit down. With that, I'll hand it over to our captain.
Hold on.
Unless you have a question, sir.
Good morning, Mayor. Well, thanks for coming up.
Good morning.
A lot of the questions that I'd be directing in the presentation were on the first slide that came up. Because in any partnership, and based on what your first slide said, that this current partnership hasn't been of one that has come to fruition as you may think or seem, in your opinion. In others' opinion, it's been 25 years. We feel that the partnership's withheld both sides of its what they engaged in or what they said they would do. So if we look at the historical assessment, it's saying that service level agreements, cost sharing structure, all of the handling of records, confidentiality. So if this is a true partnership with the city of Sirius, these are things that would need to be addressed prior. Based on your comments you just made right now, it seems like you're waiting for the board to bring all of those clarifications to you. And so my first comment when I would start questioning with the presentation would be that is, where is the city of Sirius as far as cost structure? The CEO has already talked about his conversation with the city manager, but are you guys in a position right now to address, because you don't, based on the original slide that was presented today, that's the reason this JPA isn't working. So then rather than going into something that isn't working, you want to address all the facts or issues that aren't working before you get into another agreement. So are you guys in a position to address a lot of the questions that have been brought up by your presentation?
Okay, so to the answer to your first question, like I said before, the reason why I'm here today is to further have those discussions. Obviously, the city managers were having discussions in the background, and as elected officials, sometimes that is obviously, that's your duty, and we also have our opinions as well. And our opinion is that at the moment, we want to have further discussions. To get into the weeds, I have to respect both parties as far as your questions and regarding all those questions that you have asked here today. Are we prepared to move forward to have discussions? Yes. Are there some questions that we will be able to answer today? Captain here has answered several questions. Maybe not all the questions with respects, but I think that if you guys have an open mind to have further discussions, maybe the decision shouldn't be made today, but maybe the decision should be made in the future having further discussions. So is there a specific question that you might want to ask?
I look forward to the clarifications provided by the captain.
Okay.
I just wanted to make
No,
sure
yeah,
that we knew
absolutely.
where you guys are as far as these questions that were brought up by the sheriff, because if we're to accept what the sheriff is recommending today, there's a lot of details that seem that need to be still discussed, and I just wanted to see
With
if
respects,
that
yeah.
sentiment is shared between us and the city of Sirius.
No,
or at
that is
least
correct.
Me and the city of Sirius. I can't speak on behalf
No,
of
absolutely.
my four colleagues.
Yes, Captain.
I'll wait for the captain.
Good morning, Council. Trent Johnson, Captain of the Sirius Police. I think it's important for me to let you guys know that we have looked at some numbers. We have some estimates. They're guesses at this point. We really are waiting for the County Council to approve this project before we spend much more time and effort into getting exact numbers and quotes and getting contractors and things like that. So I think if you have a specific question, maybe I can answer that in regards to finances.
I just, just basically, I don't know how we can approve. First of all, thank you guys all for your presentation. Great presentation. Appreciate all the efforts here. But how do we make a decision if we have guesses for numbers? I mean, that's what we do all day long is get the information and then make a decision based on good numbers. So it's just a big ask, and I think it's a dereliction of our duties to make any decision here today with guesses, right? I mean, I hope everybody would understand that. I'll let you guys continue.
So I can't tell you that the salary costs we're pretty sure on the salary cost. I did go over it with the city manager, but it's not vetted through our finance department, but it's around $4.5 million. That's a shared cost between the Sheriff's Department and the Ceres Police Department. We haven't talked about how that's going to be divided up. That's above my pay grade, but we're fairly certain about that. The startup costs, really, in order to get a true startup cost, we need time to get contractors. We need the infrastructure. I know there's some questions that the city manager had about the infrastructure. So that is probably where we're giving a best guess.
If I may, while Ceres is here, I think we have to be clear on what the request is today. It's for the board to approve this plan and then move forward with developing the final contract with the city of Ceres. And part of the issue that we've dealt with in this project is what the level of commitment is. Ceres has asked us that. What is the commitment from the county in order to make this happen? There is a lot of other detailed staff work that has to go into this, like the terms of the actual contract itself, addressing some of those things like, PRA requests and so on. We haven't done that. As Captain Johnson said, we believe that the staffing as it relates to the sheriff's office cost is very legitimate. The one-time costs are legitimate estimates. That being said, until there's a definitive direction, the idea of getting a contractor in there to give an actual quote is not something that we can do. If this is approved today, then we go and we do all of that. The board still approves the final contract. TJ, would you agree with that?
Yes, I agree with that fully. We're kind of waiting for county council to see what direction. If you were to give that direction today, then we would come back with a detailed contract and plan. We'd be able to tell you down to the penny what the cost would be.
Right. Well, you guys came up, so I thought maybe that was the opportune time to have the conversation. But to go back to the conversation with the sheriff, questions on the presentation, Chair, is this an appropriate time to have the questions, or you want to?
But we brought it back to the board, so if you have questions.
Yeah, so I have questions about the presentation. So first of all, just because I jumped in when Ceres came in, I'd like to thank everybody for the presentation. I would feel it was a robust presentation, covering a lot of different things as far as just not only the CAD system, JMS, RMS, overall security of our citizens for years to come. But some of the questions I have were, before we make any decision, is I pulled up the original agreement from that we did with Oracle in May of 2023. At that time, that agreement was for 9 to 15 months. If my calculations served me well, that means that essentially was till August of 2024. So in there, that was, and this mic thing is totally difficult because I'm like pinching at the mic as I'm talking, but anyhow, just bear with me, so I apologize. And at that time, after the 9 to 15 months is when we would have the conversations with Oracle if all the numbers that you have in your savings assessment would be the numbers that would be agreed upon. Because based on the verbiage here, it said that after the 9 to 15 months, it was a reset and negotiations would proceed after that. But we're using concrete numbers. So is Oracle already agreeing upon those numbers as the numbers that we would go by in the future with no further negotiations?
Yes.
All right, just wanted to clarify that. And then so you guys started working with Stanislaus County and the Sheriff's Department based on the presentation. And I don't know, Steve, if you want to come, I kind of feel uncomfortable looking at you there. So, And if it's just going to be a conversation of just asking everybody questions that presented.
Would you like us to step away, or?
It's pretty comforting to see you guys standing there.
Sure.
But if you guys want to step away, that'd
I've
be
been
fine,
standing
too.
all day. I just wanted to make sure.
So in November 2021, you started working with the Sheriff's Office, which, again, with my calculations, is about 4.5 years. Has there been any other agency in that time frame that you guys have worked with? Because it seems like in development, 4.5 years just with the Sheriff's Department. Has there been any other agencies that you've worked with since then?
Yes, from the beginning, we worked with 4 other parent agencies that had a multitude of agencies, sub-agencies underneath them. 1 in Colorado, as the sheriff mentioned, 2 in Minnesota, 2 counties in Minnesota that the sheriff didn't mention, happy to do so, and then 1 in Texas.
And would you say
And
that
then,
this-
and then since then, we've also had commercial deals in the market because we've been, out in the market taking folks live that weren't part of a design partner agreement, and that has been ongoing for the last 18 months.
And would you say that any of them are comparable in size to Stanislaus County?
Stanislaus County is the largest.
But in comparison, I mean, is it large by?
Jail-wise, similar. Some of the agencies are small on purpose. We picked a small agency on purpose. Yeah. You hear me okay now? Yeah, some of the agencies were small on purpose. We want to serve all the communities across the U.S., and so we intentionally did that, and some of them are large, and then some of them in discussions now are, quite a bit larger than Stanislaus County.
Okay. All right, well, that's all the questions that I have for that. I think I will just keep our conversations about costs, and Sheriff, I can look to you or kind of preview things that I am just asking about, and then maybe if there's a subsequent conversation, is on the one-time cost, we've heard numbers in your presentation, it's 1.3, roughly 1.4 million. The CEO stated with this conversation with the city of Ceres that it's somewhere in the 6 million. And again, these are questions that Ceres would have to respond to, is how much would Ceres pay to upgrade that system? And then there was a portion that said that would be covered by Cal OES up to 700,000. It was a guesstimate from the presentation because they haven't given a number. Would City of Ceres then subsidize whatever Cal OES doesn't, or is the county, which in essence is the sheriff, would be on the hook for that amount as well? And so these are just questions on cost. And I don't want to make this conversation about just costs. I know you talked about response times. That's not my expertise. I know we have Supervisor Buck Condit, who has been in that domain, and many of you, so we're going to rely on yours. And then we also have our SR 911 Director, Casey Young, who I would look to have some of the conversations on response time. And so I don't want to just make it cost savings. I want it to be something that we can look at that's sustainable for the future. Based on the conversation or the presentation, it looks like this current JPA hasn't worked, which I would be one to say that I was on the Modesto City Council for 5 years. I know that no partnership is perfect, but in essence, for the last 25 years, it's worked in some fashion. If we want to change that, then I feel that we shouldn't make the same or have the same concerns going into a new partnership. So then a lot of the things that Captain Hughes brought up in her presentation should be addressed before we proceed forward as far as what are, what all the different things that were on that side. So I know I've taken up a lot of time, but I'll now give it over to my colleagues that have further questions, since a lot of my questions have to do with the financing with the partnership. Yeah, thank you.
Vito.
We talked a little bit about so we talked about ICEGIS. Am I not hearing you? Okay.
That's much better.
We talked about ICEGIS. Does ICEGIS go away? That seems to be the most antiquated portion, or are there parts
With
of it?
Oracle, yes. Oracle will replace everything.
Okay. And
everything being CAD, RMS, JMS.
Yeah. And today we were missing the component. You touched on it a little bit about dispatch times, call transfers. I know the call transfer takes 5 seconds, but it's about the questions being asked again. I think I need to hear that too, because with Series, they currently outsource to the 911 center the fire currently, and then VREC handles the AMR dispatch. So there's no change, there would be no change for Series. Turlock dispatches both their fire and police services out of there, so there would be no change. Only the 4 contract cities, as well as the unincorporated areas, will have a change because of a call transfer, the 5 questions that need to be asked. There's a time, but I don't, again, I'm not an expert in this. This came through CDAC. I know there was a presentation, so I think that's something that I need to understand better. I've seen the presentation, but I don't understand it. And I think that will be important for the 4 contract cities to understand too, as well as the unincorporated residents who might see an increase in time, not for police response or law enforcement response, but potentially for fire and AMR. I know you said that sometimes they'll stage, but sometimes they need to go directly if it's just a medical call. So that's a component I would like to have more knowledge about before I make a decision.
Wonderful presentation today. Steve, if you could just kind of elaborate into the CAD-to-CAD capability, and also where does EMS and fire fit into Oracle's vision moving forward in the future?
Yeah, all of the agencies, and including Stanislaus County, when we first originally had the conversation, were what we call multidiscipline. So police, fire, some with EMS. So police, fire, and EMS is absolutely supported today. Currently, Archuleta County is running police, fire, and EMS all on the system today, live in production, and has been for about a year. So police, fire, and EMS, that's a fairly straightforward question. CAD-to-CAD is really a decision about how your system operates with other systems. I will say with our system, I mentioned we are committed to an open ecosystem. We are wide open. We are willing to share any information out that our agencies wish us to. All the information that we use inside of our system, we share via APIs. Those same APIs will be available for other folks to develop against. So we think that's the future. We think interoperability is really, really important and will be for the next 20 plus years. And so we're committed to that as well.
Okay. Thank you, Steve. And I do want to thank you guys for the wonderful presentation today. Obviously, we are dealing with some hypothetical numbers, but some eye-popping numbers. I mean, if there's a potential savings of $11.6 million overall, I think that is something worth exploring. It sounds like we have some cities here who are interested in exploring those conversations with the county, both being the city of Ceres as well as the city of Turlock, with Mayor Bootblack also in attendance. And my understanding of this item is that in order to do a further deep dive into getting those actual figures and exactly what they potentially look like, we need to proceed with this agenda item today. And I think it's worth exploring. I wholeheartedly believe that it's worth exploring. We obviously have a vast support from our Stanislaus deputies who are here today, the sheriff. You guys are the expert in this realm. I'm a simple civilian. I am not. If you are telling me this is going to make us more efficient as a department, if you're telling me this is going to make us safer as a community and help you do your job to a better and higher standard level for our Stanislaus County residents, I don't know why we wouldn't consider that. And then you add these eye-popping saving figures here, it just seems like a no-brainer. But in order to go down that path, I do think we should at least consider approving this item today so that we can actually see what those numbers are, so that we could get into the weeds, so we can get into the details. And let's say hypothetically, if there is a startup cost of $6 million, well, if the 11.6 number is accurate, we're still saving several millions of dollars overall that could be better used and better served of services for our Stanislaus County residents. So I will be in favor of moving this forward. I hope to have the support of my colleagues.
Thank you. And again, if I just may, that is the request. It's approve this today so that we can do that finalized detailed planning with Ceres. That is the request. That doesn't mean that it is definitively happening. It's that we're definitively doing it or exploring it.
Thanks, Sheriff. I have just a few questions before we go out to public. Has the Ceres City Council given any official direction at all to staff to pursue this?
When it comes to the Ceres City Council, that would have to be agendized, and it would also be something in the setting.
And Turlock, looking at going and joining Oracle at Ceres, if that was to happen, is that both police and fire?
That I can, I believe it's only for the police, but Mayor Bublak is here if she wishes to speak to that. I believe as of now, it's only with police because my general understanding was that fire was going to transition away.
Yes, it would just be for police. And again, I thought this was just an exploratory. You would vote to open this up. We're having a tremendous problem with Central Square. And so that's problematic for us. So we're trying to find some new options. And so I came here with an expectation you guys would say, hey, we'll at least explore this and see what happens. Might add, you might want to ask Steve if he'll throw in fixing your microphones on top of it. Just saying.
The sheriff already asked. I told him it wasn't my mandate.
The conversations that you had with Cal OES about creating another PSAP, and I've always heard that the direction is that they want to make less PSAPs, have consolidation. Do you have that in writing?
I don't know, Tori, did they send that in writing? No. Verbal conversation with Don O'Keefe, the law chief.
Don
O'Keefe, and Paul Troxel, I believe his name is, if I'm not mistaken, and I can get you the date of the conversation if need be. But it was definitively, like I said, the conversation about consolidating PSAPs was in its infancy, really only revolved around the very small PSAPs that exist across the state, not the larger ones. And so they understand the complexities of, trying to get large agencies to either give up or give away their PSAPs. Because the truth is, up and down the state of California, virtually every sheriff actually controls their own PSAP, and the vast majority of those are law enforcement only because it is a more efficient delivery of services.
If I remember right, the conversations that you and I have had, Central Square does have RMS and JMS as part of a public safety suite.
Yes, they do. I mean, they do create, or they do have those products. That being said, like Captain Martinez spoke to, their JMS product is very weak at best, and their RMS product really does not meet our needs, and none of them seamlessly integrate like the future.
And I think the last time we talked, Oracle was in Archuleta, Texas, a school district, or Archuleta, Colorado.
Colorado, yes.
And then a school district in Texas. So it sounds like there's been a couple more added in Minnesota.
Yeah, that's right. I mean, from the beginning, actually, our first design partner was Wright County, which is in Minnesota. Sherburne County in Minnesota as well was a part of that. I think they came in after Wright. You guys, I think, were the last partner, if I believe. Beyond Archuleta County is a partner. And then separately, we're live in Hudson, Colorado, and Isanti will be going live this month. Should be next month, February.
Do you happen to know off your head their call volume? And
I don't know their call volume off the top of my head, no. I will continue to say that Stanislaus is one of the largest of that group. It is less than half of the call volume of folks that are in contract discussions now.
Okay, and the one in Archuleta, that is a multidisciplinary.
Yeah, it's police, fire, and EMS.
Okay.
Correct.
And then any of those in Minnesota that are?
Yeah, they're all police, fire, and EMS.
They're all multidisciplinary?
Yes.
Okay. That's all I have. Any other questions before we go to public? Yeah. Okay. I'd like to open this up for public comment. I do have a couple cards. First one is Brian.
Well,
We are the county, you are the county board. You should control each of these cities. It's a very good idea to turn around and open up Oracle. And it's very good that we even find the medical problems, because when they do come into our jail, we should know about this. But the thing is, each city should be forced, because you guys are the counties, you should just turn around and force them and say, you're going to go with this so we can open it. You're going to pay this. You're going to pay this. You can't let Modesto City just say, oh, well, we're not going to participate. We're going a different way. You got to take control. These are your cities. You're in control of these cities in this county. So take control of them. Make them go work together. This is bullshit, I'm sorry to say. But, you know, give these guys a break. They need this knowledge, especially like he says, in the jail. They need that, because otherwise we're infecting other people without even knowing. And then if we don't monitor our own cities, they can become derelict and do whatever they want. Oh, here, we'll just throw this guy in jail because we don't like him. We have to monitor it, control them. So if we have that information coming to the sheriff's department before they intake that, this guy might only have been a misdemeanor and should have turned around and just wrote him a ticket and let him go. But instead, we force him onto the county and shove him into the jail. The next thing you know, we don't even know if this guy's disease. He might have been set up. They might have took a sick person from the city to shove in there and contaminate that. We need to know that. So control these cities. Be on top of it. Let the sheriff take control of them instead of them control us. That's what I see. Otherwise, it's a very good idea, and we probably should invest the money. But we should control it, because that's our money. That's our safety, you know? So really think hard on that before you say, Ceres, we're just going to go in partners with Ceres. No, Ceres is going to have to go in partners with us. And this is what we're going to set down, you know, and this is what you're going to pay. That's basically it. And if we keep getting problems from you, we're going to take some of that budget away from you. That's how you turn around and control these people from making mistakes. Don't let them have control over us. We have control over them. Try to think about that. You're the county. The next thing up is the state. So that's a good idea. But I do have one question on the Oracle guy. Basically, that medical, do we have history?
Brian, make sure your comments.
Oh, sorry. The medical. Do we have history on these people?
Brian.
What?
Make sure your comment is coming towards the
Oh,
chair.
I'm sorry. Yeah, but if I can say, I wish he could answer that one.
You can ask the question, then he may come back later.
Okay, I wish he could answer that one, because that is a big thing, because we have to protect the health and safety. And if we've got that on record and they can bring that up, then even our own officers are protected in case they ever do anything, because if they know that man is sick and contagious, they spit on him, now we got an officer sick, spreading that. So that's a real important thing. That's part of that safety, as much safety as we can get, and security, you know, and we got to run this. Don't let little towns take us over with their ideas. You make them come in. You tell them what to do. That's all I really got to say. That's the only thing I think.
I just want to ask that the mayors and the city council people don't rush up here and attack us. So.
Thank you, Brian, for your comments. Next up, Chad Homey.
Good morning, CEO, Chairman, and Board of Supervisors. My name is Chad Homey, and I've been involved in public safety for 29 years. I've been following this project in quite a bit of detail. I serve as the Fire Communications Coordinator, and I am here speaking on behalf of the county fire agencies. A couple of things I just made bullet points that I just wanted to talk about and just outline in transparency's sake. First off, going to Oracle. Oracle had been meeting with the county fire agencies at the beginning of this project. They had given a demonstration to county fire agencies. I will say that that demonstration, it was very much in the infancy stage, and it was not a real functional product, not well received. However, Oracle was very willing to work with the fire agencies to continue development. Oracle was working with vendors on our behalf as far as our third-party interfaces, such as our station alerting, our active alert app, which people run on their phones, as well as Phoenix G2 and our RMS platforms. It's important to differentiate. Fire is a different RMS platform. We are on a Zoll system that's in the process of migrating to separate, but Fire RMS is separate than law enforcement RMS systems. Oracle has always been very transparent, and we were aware of the discussions, meetings, et cetera, that were taking place. We received emails, updates on things, even if it didn't necessarily pertain to us. Central Square CAD project, just some bullet points that I had made out there were other agencies surveyed about the product as far as fire agencies. What other factors were used in deciding upon Central Square? Has anyone explored why the largest state law enforcement agency in California did a request for information seeking a replacement for their Central Square solution, which is public information? Other than the demonstration at the sheriff's office, county fire agencies have not seen the product in the field, and county fire agencies have not been included in design, system configuration, or technical discussions on the product. Our first meeting with Central Square for county fire is actually tomorrow morning, which is a very short timeline to establish things if we're going to be going live in September. There are also costs about licensing for the mobile products for the county fire agencies. Many of these departments have very small budgets, and a lot of their budget is taken up with operating, workman's comp, expenses such as that. So that's just something I try to be cognizant of. And county fire has had no discussion with the vendor about third-party interfaces. I will say, and I want to add to this, that I'm sure these discussions have been taking place with the intent of serving county fire and with county fire's best interests. Just from the county fire standpoint, we have not been included in these discussions. Couple other bullet points that I made: benefits of cloud level connectivity. You can have customer service at a higher level of availability with various levels of depth and different aspects of the product within your support staff. All knowledge is not kept within one or two individuals that are working within their silos. And that is all the comments I have.
Thank you, Jeff.
Thank you.
That was the last card I had for public comment. Anybody wishing to make comment? Brandon?
Hello, Brandon Kirkbride, SSDA here again. I've been with the department 23 years. In that time, every single software system I've had to use has been garbage. I have to remember over 20 usernames and logins, which constantly change, and I'm tired of it. The systems do not communicate together. I have to log into 2, 3, 4, 5 different systems to do one job. And 23 years, and we need to get with the times. Other than chance condit, I could be wrong, but I get the impression that some of you have already made up your mind, and I think you're doing the citizens a disservice. Not to speak on behalf of Ceres, but you guys either throw this in the trash or allow us to move forward. I believe Ceres hasn't spent the time and money on this because they're waiting on you to see whether you throw this in the trash or you allow us to move forward. Then they can spend the time and money moving forward to get those hard numbers that you guys want. Same with Turlock. I'm speaking on behalf of the many members that have shown up here today. We're sick and tired of the systems we have. They're garbage. They slow us down, which ultimately affects our response times to citizens. Pulling a car over and sitting there waiting and waiting and waiting on a dispatcher to access multiple systems to see, is this person wanted for murder or are they fine? Are they cool? And I'm just going to say, have a nice day, slow down. It puts us, it's a huge officer safety risk. It puts us at a disadvantage when I'm sitting there waiting and waiting and waiting. There have been times when I've logged on to systems in the car, my computer, my patrol car, waiting on dispatch. I'll go ahead and log into other systems to search this person because I can't sit here for minutes and minutes and minutes and minutes and waiting. The presentation you got today, again, the impression I'm getting is obviously these aren't hard and fast numbers. We don't, until you guys say, yes, let's move forward and explore this more, we can't waste the time and money moving forward unless you guys say yes or no. I'm not sure if any of my other partners want to speak, but the sheriff's been elected twice by the people, twice. And I'll go on the record and say that he has done a far better job than the last sheriff. And I don't think he would bring anything before you and before the citizens of this county if it was garbage and he didn't believe in it. Thank you.
Thank you, Brandon. Steve.
Good afternoon. Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman and the members of the board. Having heard this presentation for the first time, it sounds like, as just a plain old civilian, that this is worth pursuing. Keep the process going and let's work through the process to come up with better hard numbers, because it's clear there's an issue that needs to be resolved, that has to be fixed, and we have to go through the process until we come up with real hard numbers. From what I understand, Mr. Bose can correct me if I'm wrong, you folks are not being asked to approve any contracts. You're just trying to keep the process rolling until we can come up with a real good system, with a real good hard contract that's worth approving. So let's keep the process going, because if it has the potential of saving a whole bunch of taxpayers' money, and all of us get that reminder every year when we pay our tax bill, then it's worth pursuing. So let's continue. Thank you very much.
Any others? Public comment? Come on up.
Thank you. My name is Daniel Phillips, and I'll give you just a brief synopsis of my background. I did nearly 20 years in law enforcement before joining the staff at SR 911. I am currently the union president of Stanislaus Regional Dispatch Association, and I'm not really going to tell you what I think you should do. That is a decision for you to make, but I did want to point out a couple of things that I had issue with. One of the things that I heard today, overpromise and underserve. When I first got to Stanislaus Regional 911, a sheriff lieutenant took me aside and told me about Oracle. I was sold. Sign me up, let's go to Oracle. Let's do it tomorrow if we can, because it sounds like an awesome product. Then they installed it on a terminal at SR 911 to let us mess with it. And I was very underwhelmed. This is for CAD only. I am not going to judge their RMS, JMS. I have no clue about those. Did not test them, have no clue. One of the underwhelming things is the amount of time it took for me to generate a call. Our solution is the standard solution for CAD products. Give us a command line. By the time a deputy is done talking, I can have that call entered. And we were first met with, we're not going to do a command line. That's not our way. Then if you're not going to do a command line, show me how to instantaneously generate a call. I don't care how we do it. Let's get it done. Because there are times where I have 30 seconds to enter a call. I think the closest, the quickest time was close to 30 seconds. There are sometimes I do have that time. There are times where deputies make a stop, immediately followed by a leg bail. Worst case scenario, somebody's getting shot at. If it takes me 30 seconds to get that call generated, I am losing data. I am not going to be able to repeat that information to responding deputies. I am not going to be able to help them the way they need to help. That's just the bottom line. And in good conscience, I can't say, I approve Oracle when I think a deputy's life could be in danger because of that decision. Could it be improved? Sure. I don't know how long that process would take. I know it's already been in the process for a while, and I didn't see any remarkable progress while we were trying to give input, trying to get things a little bit better while it was installed at SR 911. It has been gone for a little while, so I don't know what the status of it is in the last few months, to be fair. I heard a couple of times Central Square is not good because of features not being utilized. Is it a vendor's fault that features are not being utilized? Or is it a user agency's fault for not utilizing those features? That's just something that I picked up on. Don't tell me what you want. Tell me the problem and I'll solve it. I wish I had that information months ago, because I was trying to solve the problem. I know how to fix this because it exists right now. And maybe I didn't explain it good enough, but that the product that I was looking at, will it work? It may. Will it be efficient? Not from what I saw, based on how I saw it. Central Square, they've said they can jump onto other RMS, JMSs and dump data in. Whether they can or not, I don't know. They said they can. What else? I will second the Sheriff's Department. They need an RMS and JMS. In my opinion, 15 years ago when we did a new CAD, they probably needed it then. But that was a different administration and they chose to stay with ICEGIS. Some things were never addressed, problems were never addressed with the JPA. My question would be, why not? Why are we just not going to address problems if there's problems in the JPA? Let's hit it head first and fix the problems. That would be my recommendation. So those are just things that I have concerns over. None of my dispatchers who have worked on the Oracle CAD program are in support of the Oracle CAD program. It's not user-friendly, it takes too long. And most of us are afraid that citizens or deputies will be hurt because of it. Thank you.
Hi. I just want to take a moment to answer some of his concerns that he addressed early on in the project with our partnership with SR 911. They were never supposed to be in the system at that moment. They were allowed to log into the system when Oracle told them because the configuration hadn't taken place. So the system, of course, on their end was going to look completely different because it had never been configured properly. So therefore, it didn't look like it worked. We were still in the early stages of design and communication. The other thing, too, is Oracle did listen to their command line concerns. As a matter of fact, there's multiple command lines now. And where we are today when we went live with it in the city of Ceres. So they did hear all their concerns. The hard part, again, is in the beginning of the work of certain individuals at SR 911 that they didn't put in, and also were told not to set up a station and have dispatchers look at the product at that time. There's a reason why I didn't have deputies look at it until recently, because that's the response you're gonna get in a design and development of a product. If you show something too early on, the automatic response is gonna be it doesn't work. So again, what they saw, they should have never seen, because I don't disagree. It probably looked terrible because it wasn't configured to properly work at that moment. So it has come a long way, and that's where I would encourage them to come take a look at where it is today versus what they saw in the very beginning that they shouldn't have seen. Thank you.
Michael Gomini, Stanislaus Sworn Deputies Association. I would just like to point out that I recently got to use that CAD system. It does work and it is user-friendly. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other public?
Hello, I'm Casey Young, the Executive Director of SR 911, and I just want to address a couple items that were brought up. First, the county fire comments. They were invited to multiple demonstrations. We discussed this in our commission meeting and user group forums and included costing for items. Unfortunately, some of them had low attendance, but they were invited. Second, the deployment for the testing module. Oracle specifically told us to put the module out for testing. We have documentation to back this up. And so, in fact, it was their idea to put that out for the dispatchers to use. The other item that was brought up was the 5-second transfer time. I'm not sure where that data comes from, but it sounds like we're timing from the direct line from Ceres to SR9, meaning I have now hit the transfer, it's ringing, and someone has picked it up. So to capture the full 911 call process, you're going to go from the time the original PSAP answers to the time they transfer it, the total call processing time. That's what you want to measure. And the experience of the caller going through multiple layers of a PSAP and being asked multiple questions or duplicate questioning. You have to also consider the experience of the citizen going through 2 to 3 different PSAPs before they get the help that they need. And lastly, I just want to say that SR 911 will remain committed to serving the community to the best of our abilities. These guys work tirelessly. They're the best team that I've ever worked with, and we will remain solid and steadfast in doing what we can to ensure that we're pursuing the right thing. And I just want to leave you with that message. So thank you very much.
Thank you, Jason. Any other public comment? Matt?
Hello, Board. Me again, Matt Orr. I'm with the SSDA. A little background with me. I started as a 911 dispatcher for the city of Oakdale, where I dispatched law. So as far as the transfer goes and what they were talking about, like I kind of mentioned to the last one that I spoke at, you're talking seconds, 5-6 seconds for that transfer. You know, if we want to talk about diagnosing issues, I think it comes down to what is going on in that call center. And our dispatchers, well, yes, they do work tirelessly and they work effortlessly and they keep me safe and they make my coworkers safe. I love my dispatchers and I take care of my dispatchers, but unfortunately, they are not properly staffed in there. Our channels are continuing to be patched. You know, if I'm on channel 2 waiting for a return and Modesto PD's patched with me, Modesto PD gets the right of way because they've got the 800 radio and I get trampled on because I'm on VHF. So now if I'm calling off shots fired on channel 2 because my suspect gets out of the car and starts shooting at me, who's answering me? Who is sending me help? I can't talk over that Modesto police officer that's talking because he's on 800. So there's issues, okay? On graveyards, they're patched constantly, okay? I worked a nighttime op the other night. They were patched. That is an issue. So if you want to talk about providing a service to the citizens of Stanislaus County and the city of Modesto, it starts internally with that JPA and what's going on in there. As far as the CAD, like Kirkbride mentioned earlier, is Jeff has been the best sheriff that we have had. I've gone through 2 now. Jeff would not give something to these citizens that is not user-friendly or that is going to delay our response. As somebody who used a CAD, I used RIMS, which is a phenomenal system. That is a, you know, CAD and RMS system. They have a JMS, but it's a separate entity. From what I saw in this presentation, the fact that everything is all one, that our dispatchers would have instant access to something like that, show a picture of what's out there on the scene, the deputies, that's priceless. That's information that's vital. If I've got somebody who's lying about their name and, you know, I put that name and I see that booking photo isn't that individual and I'm not out with that individual, that gives me those red flags to know that that person's not who they say they are. Again, the sheriff's not asking for much. I think Supervisor Condit over here made a great point. We are purely asking for you guys to approve to move forward the idea and research this. And I think it says volumes that Turlock, who came up here and spoke, Turlock's been on Central Square and is already looking for something else. So they recently went to that. So it's not like they just got that or have had it for years and they're looking to change. That is a recent purchase and upgrade for them. So that's what I have to say on that. Thank you.
Thank you, Matt. Any other public comment? Seeing none, I'll bring it back to the board for more discussion or motion.
Okay. Yeah, sorry about our mics today. So first of all, again, I just want to just thank everybody for the presentation. I appreciate everybody, Jeff and Tori and Brock and Serena and Frank for your presentation. You guys put a lot of effort in this. I appreciate that. And it's not like we haven't spent countless hours on this. I just want to make sure. I mean, Jeff, you know this, but I don't know how much everybody else knows. How many meetings? How much we have spent time, whether it's Buck and Vito or Chance or myself or Manny, in meeting with you and meeting with staff at 911, just trying to work this thing out for probably the last year, I'd say, probably at least, that we've been trying to figure out a way to make this work. And so it's not like we haven't worked hard to try to figure this out. For a second, if we could, forget Oracle just for a second. I think the question that we still have to decide here is, do we want to pull away from the JPA? We're talking about Oracle, talking about the CAD system. That's what it's all about. And then for you, Jeff, that's the main thing. And we've discussed that, like I said, countless hours, just the CAD system. But the question is it in the best interest of the deputies and the best interest of the county residents to pull out of the JPA and go out on our own? Right now we have 20, I think there's 20 agencies, between agencies and departments that are in the JPA, right? That are all a part of it, that are all being serviced through, with the fire and law enforcement, that are all a part of it. So we're talking about pulling out 4 or 5 of them, the sheriff's office and the contract cities, right? And then, Ceres, PD, then I guess will be a part of that, to go out on their own and leave the JPA. Is that the best thing to do? Is that the most efficient way to? From a cost standpoint, is that the most efficient thing to do? From a service standpoint, is that going to be the best system for you guys to be out on your own now and leave the remaining 15 on a separate dispatch? So that's, I think that's the question we've got to decide here as a board before we, make any decisions. Are we committed to, okay, that's what we're going to do. We're going to leave this JPA. And as Manny said, there's been a lot of years and a lot of time spent on this. Is that the most efficient way? Is that going to provide the best product for our deputies, the best for our citizens to do that, to hit the road and go out and start our own and leave the remaining in a separate agency? I questioned, Jeff, just a couple things. As far as you talked about at the state level, that they say it's only small ones that they encourage and that they're not encouraging large ones. I know you said that, and that's what you think, but that's not what I've heard. That at the state level, that they do want us to consolidate and be more efficient with these things. For us to do this right now, it reminds me of what Congress seems like they've been doing for the last 4 years. Is, you pass the bill and then we'll find out what's in it. That's not the way I work. I'm not going to do that. I'm not going to approve something without knowing exactly where this is going to go. And I think it would. It's not what we're here for. I make a living at this. This is what I do. I have clients that come to me all the time with, here's what the investment I'm looking at doing. And I would never recommend somebody at this stage with what we have right here, with as little time as we've had to look at this, I wouldn't say, yeah, that's a great investment, go do that. We got this today. We got this right now, right, as far as these numbers and stuff we're talking about. Normally, what we do, and what I encourage, we all encourage, is we have briefings with numbers before, weeks, sometimes months before something actually gets here to the dais, so that we can then make a good decision. We've had time to look at it, digest it, we hear it from you, and then we take it ourselves and we can think about it more. To ask us to sit here now and to look at these numbers and look at these projections and say, this is the way to go, it's just not fair to us. I mean, for us to be able to decide that without having time to digest this and to ask you more questions, research this more in detail, just like what happened when Ceres walked up here and talked about these numbers, that's not us doing our job very well. I would expect you to do that, and I sure wouldn't expect you to expect me to do that. I want you to ask me to make that same decision. So there's that part of this that bothers me. The other thing is just the comparing this with our negotiations with our deputies. We're going to work out things with our deputies like we always have. We're going to take care of our deputies. It's a priority for us. Don't compare these two things. Those numbers don't, if we're going to get the savings here, that's money could go to the deputies. It doesn't work like that. That's not where those dollars come from. And so I just don't think that was fair to throw that out there and to say, we need to do this with Oracle. We're going to save that money. That way we can get our deputies more money. We're going to take care of our deputies. We always have. We always will. These two don't go together. So that's that part of it. And then, and like I said, Jeff, I love you. We disagree on different things, but we just need more time to figure this out. I'm not sure, and I want to just throw this out there for what it's worth. I don't know what happened last week at 911 when we served a search warrant on 911. I know you got a search warrant and went out there with 5 detectives. I mean, what was that all about? I mean, we can talk more about it, but I mean, I have.
I have offered to give a closed session presentation to the CDAC on that. I have yet to get a response.
Okay, well, it just happened on Friday, so that just happened last Friday, and so it just, again, I mean, we're all on the same team. You know, we're all working together on this thing. I said this last time. I don't know how we, I know you've done a lot of public records requests of the county. Again, there's nothing to hide here. You know, we're not hiding things. So.
We don't even get responses to emails, Terry.
So
yeah, I have the ERA stuff.
So anyway, just a lot going on here. That's like I said, discouraging to say the least. But as far as this is concerned, personally, I want to be able to digest this. I want to look at these numbers. I want to have more conversations with everybody. And for us just to say, yeah, we're good to go, and then next thing that comes back is the contract, it's just not the way that we do business. In my opinion, again, I'm not speaking for anybody else. It's not the way we do business up here, and it's not the way I've spent a career doing business, of analyzing numbers and making recommendations to my clients, and I sure wouldn't do this to the residents of Stanislaus County without more information on this. So.
Thank you so much for the opportunity, Chair. So just going forward, I'm looking at the staff recommendation, and it said accept the sheriff's plan to establish an alternative dispatch system, and then below that it says to negotiate with the city of Ceres for a police dispatch service agreement to be brought back for board approval. I feel that the first one's a little loaded because it just says we're approving a plan to set up the dispatch system, and in the subcontext it says that talk to the city of Ceres. Honestly, I think that's where we are right now, where we would need to get solidified numbers. And, we heard from the dispatchers themselves, and that is concerning to me. I know the deputies are in favor of it, but we had dispatchers that will be utilizing the system or use the system. And I know, Tori, you've clarified some of the situations, but those are the opportunities and the conversations that still need to be had. We have an SR 911 director that can talk to the time, the response times. We have the dispatchers on talking to the utilization and how they would help implement the system. But before we even get there, I don't think anybody's questioning, and I know one thing that always concerns me, and when people make assumptions of where we are on something, just because we ask questions doesn't mean that we're asking because we're against it. I mean, this is what we do. We're supposed to be able to ask questions and come to a decision based on that. And the only questions I really have, look, Jeff, I don't have any concerns as far as your expertise in this domain. I'm not questioning what you're saying here. I am questioning some of the costs, and I think my questions were valid because now we've learned from the city series that they haven't vetted these costs. So putting them on a piece of paper, saying those are the costs, and then highlighting them in big red letters, bolded, to say it's a cost savings, I don't think that's fair to us to say just because it's cost savings, because you feel it's cost savings, is necessarily a cost savings. Because, again, the only reason I took that opportunity to ask those questions because the city of Ceres came up, and based on the conversations or the answers they give, they haven't particularly vetted all of these. And then the other part, I know, it seems like Central Square isn't working or hasn't worked, but based on their website, they have 8,000 municipalities that they are serving, where Oracle has 4 right now. So you have to take that into context too. Yeah, I checked it on their website before I brought that up. So, but that's also things that come up into this conversation, and to the point of going back and getting numbers. I'm totally open to that. So again, I haven't said that we're not open to have the conversation. And I thought that's what we did when we passed this item on December 10th. was to go and have the conversation with Ceres. Either I'm mistaken by that, but I don't know if that was the understanding of my colleagues. And so today's presentation, I felt that those numbers and those conversations would have been more solidified. But if it requires more time, this is a big decision. And I don't want this decision just to be based on cost savings. I know that cost savings continue to be brought up, but is it the best product? Is it the best way to go for the citizens of Stanislaus County? You're saying this JPA isn't working, and I'm discouraged by that, because if one of the major partners says this JPA isn't working, then honestly, you know, how is it going to work, right? Because if we weren't to do this, can this JPA even exist? Because one of the major partners is saying it's not working. And that's a conversation I know me and you have had many times. And I'm uncomfortable staying in a JPA where one of the major partners says isn't working. I mean, it's like being in a marriage and, you know, one of the spouses says this isn't working for me anymore. So like having this conversation is a bigger conversation of, you know, if this JPA is even going to stay together with, you know, the partner that we're supposed to, you know, represent or work in hand with is saying it's not working. So if Ceres is something that we could work, I think it just really is a matter of coming up with real numbers, so what we are, and then also on the system. Is this system going to work? Is this system going to be trial and error? And for that, again, you know, the conversation or the testimony by one of the dispatchers, it weighs on me. It does, because just like the deputies are saying that this is the best system, I got another person who's utilizing it saying it isn't the best system. So, I mean, just to be, my fiduciary duty is to make the decision best with the facts presented. And one side of the facts is that the people that are implementing it or part of the implementation team don't feel it works. But again, I guess I can overcome that when, you know, you as the sheriff are saying that this is the best system, but I feel there's still a lot of conversation. So I don't think I'm at a position to say establish an alternative dispatch system. I am at a position to say let's authorize to have further discussions of the city of Ceres. And then also we can't be prolonging this. I know that the implementation on the JPA side for Central Square, I think the Central Square team is here this week to start implementation. So every time we just, you know, punt the ball, you know, to another date, I think that's affecting everybody. If we're not going to stay in the JPA, then it's not fair for us to, you know, hold back Modesto from proceeding with how they want to proceed. So again, I thought this meeting was going to have the final facts. Ceres was going to say, this is what we're bringing to the table. And it just didn't seem like that's what happened today. Again, when you get a presentation, you know, an hour before the meeting, a lot of those things don't get vetted. But I hope that if we do have this conversation further, if my colleagues agree, is that we have further conversations with the city of Ceres, with the SR 911 director, and obviously with the sheriff's department to see how we move this plan forward. So again, I'm willing to, my vote would be to have a further discussion on this. I just can't do the staff recommendation of establishing an alternate dispatch system, because I think it's really you know, premature to do that right now.
First of all, thank you to Jeff, Tori, Brock, Serena, Frank, and Steve. Steve's never gets mentioned in those thank yous. Appreciate your time, and this is something that, you know, brings it more to reality in my eyes, because there's a cost structure to it, and now it has to be vetted. I mean, that's one of the things we just saw the numbers, but this is something we've been missing. I think, Jeff, you've been pretty clear about Supervisor Graywall, what talked about Central Square, and you pretty much have said that you're not participating in any of that. So I think we know where you stand on that. But I think the only thing that happens here today, if we stay this decision to allow us to get more information, I think everything continues on. Only if we deny it, I think then things change. And to allow us to go through these numbers, I had said earlier what I think is one of my core concerns, just because I don't understand it. I've heard different things about transfer time, and we've got dueling opinions on transfer time, and a lot of times we get dueling opinions, especially from attorneys. But if the 4 contract cities, if Waterford, Houston, Riverbank, and Patterson, and I'm not sure exactly, I think they're all dispatched out of the 911, the fire service, and it increases one more transfer, and that is 40 seconds or 30 seconds or 50 seconds. I don't know what it is. I've seen differing numbers, but that's going to be concerning, and I think the public needs to be notified of that, but if it's only 5 seconds, I think that's de minimis. But if it's a minute and 30 seconds, like I've heard, I think it would be very important for the 115,000 county residents, as well as the contract cities, the 4 cities, that they understand there's a potential for an increase in response time in the fire. And again, I don't know if that changes my opinion one way or the other, but I think we need to have a public discussion on that component. That's pretty important. I love to see the big numbers, big savings numbers, and staff has to vet through that and see if that is a true cost, because I don't think we've gotten there. Again, staying this decision, I don't think precludes the conversation with Ceres to continue to try and look over the numbers to get better numbers. And I'm going to go back, and I know it's been said before, I've been on the board for 17 years. I haven't been on the dispatch. I was an alternate, I think, all of those years, or a member of it until recently. And there's always friction going with any partnership. It's just like the animal shelter. It doesn't matter what it is when there's cost-sharing agreements that happen. But there has to be a belief that there's a better service level for the public, better service level, and that's taking everything into account. And then money is a component of that. The cost is, and I don't think we're quite there to make a decision on this. I'm not prepared. This is the first time I've seen any of these numbers, the savings. I do believe that Oracle is trying to put out the best product, and they're a large company, so irrespective of not knowing anything they can do other than what I saw in this video, I have to trust that you're going to put out a good product just based on who you are. But I also have to listen to the 911 dispatchers, and I think I would agree that they should vet through it. I know if you start an alternate dispatch that these might not be the people, but I think this is where you're going to get your best and most logical feedback from people who've done this for years and years. So at this point, I need to be able to get through this, and I would also like to have the public presentation on dispatch times if there's a belief they will increase. And then we can let everyone sit here and argue about what's true and what's not true. But right now I'm unsure, because I've seen 5 seconds, or I've heard 5 seconds a couple of times today. I saw it in the presentation, and then the CDAC presentation was completely different. So that's something that I would request if we stay this decision.
Yeah, just as a reminder, this is just an exploratory item. There's nothing binding here. The recommendation, as I read, is we're just allowing the sheriff to plan to establish an alternative dispatch center. And again, the key word is to plan. That's it. There's nothing binding. And then we are authorizing the sheriff to negotiate with the city of Ceres on this potential agreement. And again, he's negotiating. So he's planning, he's setting a plan, and he's also negotiating. The buck stops with us. The buck stops with the board. We have the final say. If the sheriff brings us back a faulty plan, we have an opportunity to correct that. If he brings us back something that we don't jive with, or once we see those numbers and they're not what they might be or what they might not be, we have an opportunity to have a say in that. And so I don't see any problem with allowing the sheriff to establish a plan and to also allow him to negotiate and to see what he can come back to us with. And I do think that this item today is critical in allowing him to move forward in that matter. But again, it is about efficiency, it's about safety, it's about listening to our law enforcement officials to see what is best for them. They obviously have done this for numerous years, and this is something that they live with. And I just think that it is in our best interest as a board and as the county to allow this to proceed forward, to just see what comes back. And I will be the first to oppose this if he brings us something back that is faulty or that doesn't add up if those numbers aren't there. And I do believe firmly in competition, and it will be on Steve and Oracle to prove us that they are the best system, that they are the best model. And again, I will have an open-minded in hearing out from SR 911. But I think in order for that to even move forward and for these conversations to progress, is we want to see the plan. We want the sheriff to establish a plan on an alternative dispatch system. And we want to see what those numbers actually are. What can we negotiate? What can we get back for our taxpayers? What is the best bang for our dollar here in Stanislaus County? And it's on them to prove that to us. But again, this is about allowing that process to simply proceed forward. I don't see any staff impact to this. There's no fiscal impact to this. So again, it's just simply saying, Sheriff, please proceed forward, bring us back something so that we can further sink our teeth into. And then it is on them to prove us, or to prove himself right, and to, I guess, change our minds or sway our opinions on this. But I would make a motion to allow this to proceed forward, to allow the two recommendations to proceed forward, so that the sheriff can establish a plan, and that so that he can negotiate, and so we can actually see what those real numbers are. Are we going to save $11.5 million? Is that actually going to happen? And again, I will be the first to disagree with this if those numbers are upside down, if this isn't the most efficient product, if it isn't what they are selling us. But again, my motion is to allow this to move forward. I want to see those numbers. I want to see if this is the best product. I want to see if Oracle is the best method. I want to see if we actually are going to have those potential cost savings for our tax dollars. And most importantly, I want to listen to our law enforcement personnel. And I want to hear from them what their daily experiences are, so that we can make the most educated decision for them, for our community, and for the safety and prosperity of our county. So I do make a motion to proceed forward.
Okay, before we move forward with your motion, Chance, I'd like to just go ahead and comment. Yeah, I think all of my colleagues here has had some great comments. Is it working? Okay. I think all my colleagues have had some great comments. I can't consciously make a decision on information that I just received. There's no way to do that after an hour-long presentation. And thank you for the presentation. It was a great presentation, a lot of information. Thank you for doing that. But I want to talk to my contract city. I have a contract city within my district, and I want to talk to them to see how this is going to affect them. I'd like to talk with other partner agencies, fire, EMS. How is this going to affect their responses? Especially if we're adding another transfer into the system. There is obviously going to be a delay when you add another transfer. I mean, it's just common sense. The same questions have to be asked again and again every time a call is transferred. So I want to hear more about that and how that's going to affect. I also like to hear more from SR 911. So there's still a lot of information to be taken in here. So I'm going to be, I'm not going to support your motion, Chance. So I'm going to ask for a stay too, and be able to look at this information and how it's going to affect the public at large here in Stanislaus County. So we'll move forward with your motion, Chance. I think you probably need to clean it up just a little bit. Yeah.
So I know there's a motion on the floor, just so I can comprehend the motion just in my own way. And Sheriff, I might need your assistance in this. Again, like I originally asked, it's accept the sheriff's plan to establish an alternate dispatch system. I'm assuming this is the plan. I mean, there was a question by my colleague saying we're going on with the plan, but you've displayed your plan. This is the plan.
That's the plan, but then we still have to do the final negotiations for the contract.
And sure, come on.
Because
Yes.
I think the word plan is being utilized very lightheartedly here. We're saying, or my colleague is saying that this is just a plan, we're not doing anything, but after an hour-long presentation, which I know you and your department spent a lot of time in, this is the plan that you want to proceed forward with.
Yes, the plan would be to transition to series, right? So to be
Yeah.
clear on that. But I think to Chance Condit's point, we absolutely have, what I need from the board is to authorize me and essentially to tell the city of Ceres that we are formally now exploring this with them with board approval to negotiate the final contract. The final contract will have all of those details in it with everything else, right? With what the terms are, dissolution, solution, what if there's additional partners that want to join, all of that. But I'm going to be honest, and I see, Ceres still here?
No, it's good to be.
They leave?
They're in the back.
I'm not necessarily going to speak for the city of Ceres. They're here and can do it for themselves. But, I think one of the issues that we have faced in the last 6 weeks, we'll say, right, since the December 10th, I think it was, board meeting, is Ceres is questioning the county's commitment to this because they keep hearing from various sources that, no, there's no way this is ever going to happen, right, that's out there. And so they want to hear a commitment from the county that we're legitimately exploring this. So before we put in all of the staff time, call in contractors, get quotes, and so on. So that's what Supervisor Chance Condit's motion is to move forward with the plan to bring the contract back to the board. Ultimately, the board is the one who will approve that contract.
So then, would it be fair to say that if we proceeded with this, it's telling all our, I know Supervisor Buck Condit mentioned 15, 16 other entities that are part of the JPA, that rely on this JPA, and probably our biggest partner being the city of Modesto, that we're exploring other options?
Yes, definitively. And we have to remember.
Exploring other options without having all the data.
I think that yes, we are exploring all the other options without having all the data because we need a commitment to spend the time on all of it. And we need the commitment from this body right here. And I think that we can't forget the fact that this was all precipitated by the city of Modesto saying that they were pulling out and exploring other options. We can't ignore that that's part of how we got here.
And I do want to touch on that point because just for the public, I feel that it seems as though like we're leaving the city of Modesto, but it's also that the city of Modesto has to know how we're going to proceed so that they can proceed forward with theirs. Yeah, they obviously were able to get $3.5 million worth of funding to pay for their CAD system. The CDAC has already approved Central Square, which they're willing to utilize and implement. So yeah, I want the public to know that we're also holding back the city of Modesto as the city that I represent. I want that to be known as well. So the public just doesn't seem like we're trying to leave because it's a bad partnership. We're also holding back Modesto. Would it be fair to say that?
We are, and it's also fair to say that this process has held us back. We could have been live on Oracle 6 months ago.
That part, now that we're just going back and forth, we've been working with them since November of 2021.
Mm-hmm.
What's been the delay in utilizing or start implementing that? I just feel that if you're in a development agreement based on the item that was presented in May of 2023, even prior to that item, you've been in discussions with them since November of 2021. Again, my simple math tells me 4 years, 3 months. It hasn't gotten from a phase where it's ready to be utilized. How far are we from that? That's
It's
what I'm getting
completely
to.
ready to be utilized. We've already utilized the entire system live. What is preventing us? So let's talk about what a development agreement is then. All right, when we started this process, and Steve can still come and speak to it if need be, right, it's a development agreement. What do you need? What are you looking for? This is what they want to build, right? We help develop it with them. When we get to the point where we have to test it, right, and start doing test modules of it, it has to be configured. SR 911 did not do the configuration in a timely manner. It took months to configure a few units. I've said all of this to all of you before. It
So
took
then-
months to configure units. When we finally pulled that back to the sheriff's office, we did 55 units in 3 hours. That allows the testing to move much more rapidly. This product is ready to use, fully live, right now, today. It's been in live use in Archuleta County since March 26th, or end of March of last year. We used the entirety of the product live on December, covering the city of Ceres, and that's what the video showed. This product is ready to go. I need a dispatch center that can utilize this product. SR 911 has decided they're not going to do it, and so I need a partner that can do it, and that's Ceres.
So just in regular line of questioning, you're saying that it's ready to implement. So hypothetically, if we were to go to Ceres and we proceeded forward with this, you would be live day one once we start up this new dispatch system?
Yes. And that the timeline for that, we would expect somewhere between 6 to 12 months to transition everything.
Wait, I just asked if we would be ready that day, and now you just brought in 6 to 12 months.
Yes, because when we start a contract with them, Ceres has to hire other staff. Ceres, part of the initial startup costs are running more phone lines into Ceres so that they can answer a higher volume of calls. We have to, some of those startup costs include adding consoles for people to work at, right? So we have to get that. When we go live, this product is fully ready to go.
All right. Well,
SR 911 could use this product tomorrow if everybody could get trained on it in the meantime. We could be live, if SR 911 was prepared to use this product, we could be live by February 1st, March 1st, anytime in between there, as soon as we could provide the proper training to all staff, as soon as we could transition to the Oracle tablets in our vehicles, right? Because you have to pay somebody, which Oracle is actually paying to install them in our vehicles.
So then even if it was ready to go live, I guess the better question would be to ask, implementation would be a year away from right now.
6 to 12 months. Probably the optimistic
that's a
side
pretty broad
is
range.
6 months. 12 months is probably at the extremely conservative thing. And it's probably realistically in the 9-month range would be, I think, part of the factors that go into this is how fast can you get the phone companies to put more phone lines in Ceres, right? How fast can they redefine the PSAP so instead of being answered at SR 911, it gets answered at Ceres, right? These are things that the phone companies have to do. So there is some process in there that we need to initiate, which is why the longer that we delay these decisions, the more delayed we get in implementation. But while all of that is happening, we can have the tablets installed in our vehicles. We can conduct all of the appropriate training.
So if we went with your recommendation, that's what would trigger all of that happening?
No. If we go with my recommendation, that's going to tell Ceres that we can have the final contract negotiations so that we can figure out all of these details that you have brought up and get the actual quotes, a contractor to come in there and say, okay, to paint this wall, it's going to cost, my quote is, $3,000 to install this system, whatever it is, the computer system, the cost is $5,000, whatever those numbers are. And this is the county telling the city of Ceres, we are committed to this project. We want to see the final numbers.
I just having a hard time comprehending it. So we're saying that we're committed to something that we don't have legitimate numbers on yet.
Okay, maybe we can use the term legitimately committed to explore then. Like legitimately.
Yeah, good faith. Is good faith a good way to say it? Without,
yeah, I could probably
again,
live with
I'm
good,
just trying to,
I could live with
I'm
good
just trying
faith.
to work on that because
yeah,
but that's
I
not
could
what
say,
that's not what this recommendation says.
I
mean, if
say
we're taking the recommendation
good faith
as it is,
negotiations of a final contract. How's
if
that?
we're taking, and you already answered this question, so I don't want to belabor the point, but this accepting the sheriff's plan is to accept the fact that we're going forward and we're telling everybody we're out of the JPA. And you originally, when I asked that, just when we
Yes,
started.
I do not intend to stay there.
Yeah, so that's what I'm getting
Yes.
at. And that's a decision that the board has to make, and I'm only asking for my own knowledge because I feel that it's, like I mentioned in my earlier comments, that it's too premature to get to that point. What I would be willing to second the motion on, and I don't know where my other colleagues are, is to come back in good faith, having conversations with the city of Ceres, getting true numbers, and getting an update or a presentation by the SR 911 director telling us about response times. And I know Supervisor Key has already brought up the dispatchers that maybe are in attendance probably might not be the ones that utilize Oracle if you were to go, but get some input from some of the dispatchers once they've at least tried something that's a lot more further along than it was originally presented to the dispatchers. I know that's long-winded, so if I need to go back and clarify something, I'm more than willing to do so.
I think that they're separate. I think that they're separate topics. I think that the board asking SR 911 to do a presentation on call transfer times is a related but completely separate topic, in my opinion.
I think it goes into the decision-making
I
process.
agree, it goes into the conversation, but what we are saying, so I, kind of looking at Chance and his motion, and with what you're saying, a good faith contract negotiations with the city of Ceres to determine final cost, I think is, and that is what I'm asking for, but it's good faith where the county says, okay, whether they're financial considerations or other considerations, yeah, if this all works out in our favor, yeah, we're legitimately open to doing this.
I might have questions as I kind of contemplate this in my mind, because I'm just going to write it down. I write down things better than that and see how it works, because how it's written here is not what the intent of the motion is. Not something that I could support. So that's why I'm trying to get it, because the word plan is being utilized like this is exploratory. It's not. The plan is, this is the plan, and this is how we're proceeding forward if we accept this.
Well, we have plans for everything. That doesn't mean we have to execute them.
Okay.
Right. I mean, we plan for floods, we plan for fires, we plan for protests, right? Hopefully, we never have to execute them, right? But we can develop this plan.
In just this interaction that we've had, the plan already, you've already come up with the outcome where you said you wouldn't utilize this.
No, that's not what I said. I said just because we have a plan doesn't mean we have to execute it. So to go forward and develop the plan with Ceres and the final contract does not necessarily have to be executed if the board does not approve that.
All right. Like I said, I might have some more questions. I appreciate you being so direct and answering all the questions.
I would also like to point out that, like with some of the financial numbers that were thrown out by the CEO from the city of Ceres, those were the cumulative costs of the entire first year to include staff and everything. Some of those costs, a lot of them, are actually borne by the city of Ceres.
If 6 million was the number, then I would take 2.935 plus 1.4, so then it would still be 4.3, not 1.3.
That was from the CEO of a conversation with the city manager somewhere.
I don't want to speak to that. I'd let the CEO speak to where he got those numbers, but I know, Terry, you got some questions too. And I'd be more than willing to do that, but then what was the difference what we did on December 10th? I thought that's
because I think what we need is we need the board telling the city of Ceres that we are committed to this project without a final approval, so that we can go through all of these things and actually go through take the time to develop the contract.
Committed and explore are very different words. Committed, you're in it. Explore is you're in the exploratory phases.
Well, I mean,
I'm committed to run for something. I'm exploring to run for something.
I'm going to be honest. If I was the city of Ceres and just looking at this conversation today, I think it would be fairly obvious to them that there's not a commitment here.
No, I don't either. But the sheriff just mentioned that word. I didn't. It does, but I'm just, I guess, where I'm confused is, wasn't that what we did on December 10th? To have this, explore, to have this conversation?
And again, the city of Ceres, they're here, they can speak for themselves, but they don't want to necessarily put in all the work because they're seeing where the friction lies.
What I would be fine with if we didn't have the first part of this recommendation, accept the sheriff's plan to establish an alternate dispatch system. Once we do that, we signal to the JPA that we're out, okay, and there's $3 million approximately between the sheriff's department and the contract cities that will disappear from their budget, okay? And then we're going to go to Ceres and try to see if this works, see if this makes sense. Say Ceres comes back and we have the final numbers and it doesn't work. These numbers don't work at all for us to do. We're SOL at that point. Modesto's done with us. The JPA, we're out of there. Now we're trying to figure something else out. This makes no sense at all for us to say we're out of here, we're going to go get an alternative without knowing where we're going and what it's going to look like. So if we want to take out this first one, accept the sheriff's plan to establish an alternate dispatch, if we want to take that out, I'm all for it. We'll get better numbers here and come back and then we'll see if we're able to leave the JPA and have a place to go. Right now, we're leaving without a place to go. We don't know where we're going to go. And once we've done that, like I said, it's SOL. We're not going back to the JPA. And then where are we going? Okay, what kind of a mess have we created for ourselves?
We don't have any user agreement with the JPA. I'm sure we could go talk to Turlock. We could talk to Oakdale.
So then we're out searching for a dispatch. I mean, this is crazy.
Because we've never fundamentally solved some of these problems, and we also run the risk of losing our Oracle deal, which is worth way more than the money that Modesto is putting on the table.
Yeah, I just want to see if the numbers are real, because if they're not real, we'll be against it. Because again, the buck stops with us. It's a burden of the sheriff, the city of Ceres, Steve, Oracle to prove that they have the best product. And if they don't, they don't. Okay. Yeah. So.
I mean, Terry, as it sits today, the SR 911 JPA dissolves on December 31st of this year. So we're 11 months and 5 days from that. And the city of Modesto.
So, Sheriff, would you be okay, I guess, in order to get consensus here, at least support striking one and just recommending to authorize the sheriff to negotiate with the city of Ceres for a police dispatch services agreement to be brought back for the board approval consent with the county's purchasing policy? Would you be okay?
Yes.
Okay, I'll make that official motion, and we'll strike one.
I just think this is, I don't understand why we pass anything. They can actually do their due diligence. And I tell you in Ceres, do your due diligence, find out what the cost is. It's the same thing. If this is what, makes everyone happy. But I need to hear, not only do we have to vet these numbers, and we'll get better numbers from Ceres, right, as soon as you spend the time. We also have to vet the numbers that were brought irrespective of Ceres for our own budget. And that'll be internal, asking questions like we go through the normal budget procedure. But I need to hear, again, on the dispatch, the transfer of calls. I think that's extremely important to me, and I want to hear that sooner rather than later, because then it may create the fool's errand on down the road. Again, if everyone goes along with this, I'll go along. I'm not here to, but I'm telling you that the important part is coming up. This is not a signal that we're exploring an alternative, because I don't know if we can. I don't know.
I still won't support it. I still need to hear from my contract city and partner agencies and SR 911 before I make a decision like that. And again, with all the information that was just put before us, can't consciously make a decision, yea or nay. I've got to be able to look at that. So I've got a first and a second. You know,
It appears that the motion is to approve staff recommendation number 2.
okay, I've got I'm going to do a roll call vote. Hold on, time out. Go ahead.
Hello?
Utilize, and I apologize for putting you guys on the spot, but since I have you, I don't want to have you guys spend all this time if there's some level of discomfort on yours.
Thank you, Supervisor.
All right. So I feel that what we're doing today is pretty similar to what we did on December 10th. I get what the sheriff is saying, that you need some
good faith.
I've used that word, but I think it's more than good faith. For me, it's almost kind of the chicken and egg, right, where you're not wanting to move until you get commitment from us that we're wanting to do this. And I guess where we are right now, based on just a synopsis of what's the discussion that's happened, and I don't want to speak for any of the board members. If they disagree, please, let me know. But is us saying to you that we want to look at the numbers. We want to see how this partnership would look. I'm going to go back to, and usually when I look at presentations, I catch on to a few things and really try to go into those. I want to look at the historical assessment that was brought up. So if you're saying this JPA currently isn't working, well, then all these things need to be addressed so we're not repeating history. And so if we're willing to have this conversation, I think all these items would need to be addressed. If we're willing to have that conversation, is Ceres willing to proceed forward? And I know you're just one member of the council, so
Yes, sir.
I know you had a majority, although not in all their respective city of Ceres positions, but there was 3 city council members from the city of Ceres here, including the mayor. That's what I would like to see is if we're going to proceed forward with this. Because my concern is what we're telling our other partner agencies is like, and I've already used the marriage term, but this one's like, yeah, we're dating somebody else now. Honestly, and that's the feedback I've gotten from some of the partners agencies while I'm sitting on the dais, where we're looking at other alternatives. And so if we're going to look at other alternatives, it has to be a good conversation that you're going to address. And I don't know if you have the presentation, but
I do not,
the
no,
things
sir.
that were brought up saying why this historical assessment of why this JPA isn't working is dispatchers are non-criminal justice law enforcement employees. So are we going to look at who the employee of record is? Just things that you should have in mind when you go back to your council, have this discussion. A participant signature page, obviously we'll have a contract for that. Roles and responsibilities, what is the cities of Ceres, responsibilities, what do we expect the county's responsibilities to be. Service level agreements, that goes into kind of what Supervisor Chiesa's brought up, response times, how we're going to uphold those response times. No technology commitment committee, so I guess we got to make a technology committee. No withdrawal guidelines, so there would be some withdrawal guidelines if you guys wanted to leave the JPA. And then a cost-sharing formula. That's a concern that a lot of us have, and you should as well. Like, what is the true cost that you're putting in? Again, I keep pointing to that $11.6 million in red slide to show that there's huge savings, but I'm not sold that that's the savings right now, and you shouldn't be either until you vet your numbers. And then handling of records and confidentiality. I know Supervisor Withrow brought up something that came up last week that is a concern. How do we address that concern? And then what are the consequences of these failures? If you're not uphold it, then like, where do we go? That it's like, oh, we tried and it didn't work, so we start over. So there has to be some consequences, failure. Again, this is off of your presentation. I'm just wanting to make sure that you acknowledge and are clear that if we do go into further conversation, all these, I for one would be looking to have all these addressed before we proceed forward.
Thank you, Supervisor Greenwald, and thank you, Chairperson Condit. So yes, like you said, there's still details that need to be vetted. This still needs to be brought to city staff. I would be
and derelict of my duty if I ask staff to waste staff hours, man hours, time, money, investing this fully without a commitment from you guys. It would be a waste of funds for them to do the full review, them to go out and get contracts, them to go out and vet people to come and do all of this, and then for us to have been told no from you from the get-go. So having you guys accept even Part B of the sheriff's recommendation as a step in the right forward and allowing us to ask staff to go through, look at the numbers, get the contracts, discuss how this would work, answer all those questions you have with the county, with the sheriff's department, how everything would be ran through the city, and then have our staff report be brought back. I'm sure the sheriff would also give his presentation at a city council meeting as well. That way we'd be able to review everything and then bring it back to you, who ultimately are, like Supervisor Condon said, the final stop. If it doesn't look right financially to you, then financially you don't do it. But this is an opportunity for the sheriff to come and sit down with us and make sure that we work out some of the failures from your other JPA. We make things right for the
perceived failures. I just want to mention
perceived failures.
Yeah.
Certainly, perceived will be the word we'll use. The failures that we've got, and make sure that we can put those in the contract, structure things so that it's beneficial for all parties involved, for the county, for the sheriff, and for the city of Ceres, and so that we can give the community the best and fastest responses and make sure that our sheriff's department and its deputies have all the tools they need and what makes them feel comfortable.
No, well, first of all, I just want to thank you so much. I, again, apologize for putting you guys on the spot a couple times, but this is, if we're going to have a, transparent and open conversation, this needs to be had. I guess this is the only part that made me uncomfortable on the stuff that you said. You're saying that you want us to show that we're committed. And again, I keep going back to, we aren't committed, because this is kind of a chicken and egg syndrome where you're wanting commitment for you to proceed forward, and we want to see what you guys are bringing before we commit.
Right.
Am I wrong in that, or is that me just not like that? That's where I just want to make sure we're on the same page, because I know that we have some biased opinions. I just want to open up what the opinions of the city of Ceres and the county are.
Perfectly, yes. So maybe
Right,
commitment
so when you
or
ask
good
commitment,
faith wouldn't be the right way to word it.
it's not the right word.
What I'm just suggesting is that you accept the sheriff's recommendation so that city council can direct staff to go in and invest that money to do the research for you. It would be a dereliction of my duties as a representative of Ceres to ask staff to spend money, man hours, and time to invest and look at what this would cost if I leave this meeting knowing that you guys aren't on board or even possibly considering the opportunity to sit down at the table with us.
So this motion is more just giving some certainty and some comfort to you that we're there.
Yeah.
So why does it even need to be a motion of that? Why wouldn't it just be that you guys come up with a time and bring a plan to us? Because that's what I thought December 10th was the sheriff was going to work with the city of Ceres and saying that. So if this board item gives you comfort, is that what you're looking for?
Yes, sir. Yeah, and then for the December 3rd meeting, I wasn't aware
December
of it.
10th.
December 10th? Yeah, I wasn't aware of it. The city wasn't invited. I wasn't invited anyways. But this is just was the sheriff's opportunity to speak and then speak with you guys.
I think your police chief was in attendance, if I'm not mistaken.
Was Chief Area? So then I'll let him
And
answer.
we looked at that as a representation of city of Ceres being here.
Okay.
At least the law enforcement aspect.
Okay. Do you want to?
Yeah, so we were here. We do have preliminary numbers, but it wasn't enough time for us to get a contractor in, get engineers in. Some of the things that were brought up, like our startup costs are $1.3 million. So that's what we're looking at. And I was told not to give specific numbers, but I'll give them to you anyways. I'm close to retirement. The salary, we're pretty confident on that, $4.5 million. If you need me to go into more detail, I can give it down to the cent. The yearly operational cost, well, we don't know. Like if we go with Oracle, that's a zero. That's a zero on our CAD. We pay about $75,000 a year for our CAD. So $75,000 to Ceres is a big savings. So this agreement does do us some good. So the first year costs are somewhere around $6 million, but that includes our salary. That's not just a startup.
So that's the second time we've heard $6 million.
So that would be including the salaries. This is the total cost, which you're going to have to pay that anyway somewhere.
No, I just, because originally it was brought that the $6 million that was communicated, the CEO was off, but you
So
just
yes,
further,
the $6 million is That would be your 1-year cost, including the salaries that you're going to have to pay somewhere else, and the cost that Sirius is going to have to pay also, because we're paying like $1.4 million for our dispatch services. So that cost is also included there. So that would be the cost of the center.
No, I appreciate that. So I guess we just have to come up with a motion that gives comfort to the city of Ceres that we're willing to have, this conversation. And I don't want to be the one to make that motion unless, a majority of the board is willing to do it in a way where it gives them comfort and gives them time to bring something back to the board without any assurance that this is going to be how we're going to proceed forward as far as what we are with the current JPA we're in. Fair?
Thank you, gentlemen.
Thank you so much. Again, I appreciate you guys, really do. I know a couple times you've had to come up here. I really appreciate it. You're already showing some signs of being good partners. I appreciate that.
Currently, we have a first and a second already on a motion. Is there something that?
Yeah, and I just want to make sure, as far as my second, just to make sure that we're not, guaranteeing anything to Ceres. And like I said, if this additional information that we're looking for, and us for able to analyze this and get better numbers here, just from the number side, that's one thing. But just to what you're saying, Vito, if it comes back that the response time is then it's just a no-brainer. We're not doing this. I mean, in my opinion is I would not be in favor of us doing this if all of a sudden this response time jumps and we find that out. So I just want to make, there's no guarantees for Ceres, I guess is what I want to make sure that, I don't want them to think, oh, you guys told us you were going to do this, and then we don't, because of what we find out because of this. So I don't know how to make this work. I'll let you guys.
Okay, so I don't want to end up voting this down, just so you know, but I'm now thinking about what the chairman had said, talking to the contract cities beforehand. I think, and I want to alleviate Ceres' concern in that there's nothing we can do or say here today that's going to make them feel completely confident, that makes me feel secure that we later can turn this down if the facts don't pan out. And I want to say that. I'm going to continue to try and keep an open mind here with the whole system, but rather than make a motion, if we just stay it, get the dispatch, we have a chance to make conversation. I don't know when our meetings are. I haven't looked to see when that's a possibility to come back to us, but yeah.
My concern about all of today's discussion is if our JPA wants us to, so like what are our plans if our JPA is like this is getting a little too complicated and maybe you guys should just go out on your own and we don't have an option at that point. I'm just stating the fact.
You want to surmise the motion?
Yes, again, as I understand the motion is to accept staff's recommendation number 2 and not staff recommendations number 1.
Or the roll call.
District 2, Supervisor Casa. No. District 3, Supervisor Withrow. District 4, Supervisor Graywall. Yes. District 5, Supervisor Chance Condit. Aye. District 1, Supervisor Chairman Buck Condit.
No. Passes 3-2.
I'd ask if we can try and get on the February 4th agenda, the dispatch component. Is that? Or?
I would just request that February 4th for something that I was planning for the last
Okay. Yeah. We don't, yeah. I don't think it would be fair for us to make a decision without a full board. Are you okay with us getting a presentation? So we can chew on it, and then we go to the 20, whatever, 25th.
So I do need some clarification, and if you're asking for a presentation in response to today's session next week, is that, or I'm sorry, when is it? You're asking for February 4th, which is next week. I think we would want more clarification on what information you want presented back on the 4th.
Okay, I'm specifically looking about dispatch time.
Okay.
What was presented to CDAC. So then if we have a presentation, everyone that doesn't trust those numbers or wants to conflict with them, they can show up. At least we get some information on response times, because it's very difficult for me to go to the contract cities who might be affected and the unincorporated residents if I don't have a good understanding of what the disagreement is on dispatch versus transfer time. I mean, I think I know what it is.
Okay, we can ask staff to prepare a presentation to review dispatch response times on next week's board agenda. Knowing that there'll be no action
No
items.
action whatsoever.
No action items, it'll just be a presentation.
Okay.
Thank you.
All right, moving on to correspondence. Acknowledge receipt of the correspondence and refer them recommended to the agenda. Board of Supervisors reports. Any reports? No reports. Legislative Fiscal Management Report.
Yeah, just a short report. Yesterday, the White House announced a pause on all of our federal grants and loan programs, including appropriated community project funds not yet dispersed. This was a big surprise to a lot of people to see this memo come from the Office of Management and Budget. The memo actually resulted in a cancellation of a meeting that we had staff scheduled with our EPA pending further guidance. And that's really important because we were scheduled to meet with them regarding the Crozlandy Water Wells project, for which our county had received a $3.4 million allocation from the fiscal year 23 omnibus package. So we're already seeing the potential effect of slowing down from this memo at the federal level. So we're working closely with all of our state and federal legislative advocates and the California State Association of Counties. We'll monitor all these updates and any potential local impacts. There have been some clarifications coming out even this morning that I've been trying to keep up with. And I think the clarifications are that the intent of the memo is to not impact direct services provided to individuals that are federally funded. However, many of the grant or project-oriented funds that we've been recipients of in the past or look to receive in the future may definitely be in jeopardy here. So we'll report back as we learn more.
All right, thank you for that. Go ahead, shout
I
out.
just want to shout out to Ted Johnson, who's here for a little issue. He's had this whole darn meeting. Thanks for coming.
All right, we do have closed session.
Yes, we have closed session this afternoon. Conference with legal counsel, existing litigation pursuant to Government Code Section 54956.9, Subdivision D1. We have one case to consider. That's County of Stanislaus versus Pacific West Development Corporation et al. It's in the Stanislaus County Superior Court, and the case number is CV 23002903. Appropriate public comment.
Any public comment on closed session? Seeing none, we're going to adjourn. Thank you, Deputy.